sata. Vente pa' acá y destaca, taca. Suelta pa' acá, que ando sata, sata. Vente pa' acá y destaca, taca. Suelta pa' acá, que ando siendo sa. Vente pa' acá y destaca, taca. Suelta pa' acá, que ando sata, sata. Vente pa' acá y destaca, taca. Suelta pa' acá, que ando siendo sa. It's been a real long 335 days, and the last time it wasn't good anyway. I'm so lonely, lonely with a capital H, if you know what I mean. I've been sitting on the washing machine. Ain't nobody's tool up in my shed. Ain't nobody's boots under my bed. Ain't nobody's truck up in my drive for a late night call for a real good time. Ain't no new notches on my belt, and I'm tired of keeping my hands to myself. 911, it's officially a cry for help. Y'all, I'm going through a dry spell, yep. So tell me, what's a self-respecting girl to do? I got the bacon and no one to bring it home to. It's a drought out here, waiting on a storm. I think it's time for me to take the bull by the horns. Ain't nobody's tool up in my shed. Ain't nobody's boots under my bed. Ain't nobody's truck up in my drive for a late night call for a real good time. Ain't no new notches on my belt, and I'm tired of keeping my hands to myself. 911, it's officially a cry for help. Y'all, I'm going through a dry spell, yep. Ain't nobody's tool up in my shed. Ain't nobody's boots under my bed. Ain't nobody's truck up in my drive for a late night call for a real good time. Ain't nobody to roll with in the hay, and nobody but the chickens are getting laid. 911, it's officially a cry for help. Y'all, I'm going through a dry spell, yep.
bruv. I don't know what week it is, bruv. I don't know what month it is. I don't know what week it is. I think it's just like ups and downs, really. Like, do you know what I mean? Everybody got problems, but no one wants to stop them. The circle in this life, addiction and it's right. Everybody got problems, but no one wants to stop them. The circle in this life, addiction and it's right. No one wants to stop them, but no one wants to stop them. But no one wants to stop them. The circle in this life, addiction and it's right.
I found some pants.
But no one wants to stop them. The circle in this life, addiction and it's right. No one wants to stop them. But no one wants to stop them. But no one wants to stop them.
Pants are found. All right. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm so brave. Yeah, sorry to brag about having pants. In this economy? Connor eat them? He ate most of them. Connor eating pants. Connor eats pants. I have one pair left. Whoa, baby. Hello, everybody. Hold on, I gotta on to. No worries. It's okay. You're not even showing pants. Can you do that? I'm like, ow. God, it's so hot. There was this bird today that just kept like going at the window. And I go, what the hell is happening? And it just keeps happening for like 5 minutes. And I go, do I need to stop this bird? So I Googled it, and it turns out during mating season, which is in the spring, this is something that male birds will do. Men, they will, if they see their own reflection, they will attack that reflection because it's a territory thing. So this bird was fighting itself. It was fighting its own reflection. And then I saw at which point it decided it had won. I was like, congratulations. You did it. You're him. You are him. This is your territory now. All the ladies should be calling. You have to paper over the window. I did not know that this was a thing. I had no idea until today. You learn something new every day. Men will literally fight themselves physically instead of going to therapy. I know. I just kept looking at him once I realized what was happening, and I went, sir, you know what? Let him just do what he's gonna do. Is that a Palestine necklace? It is. So I ordered some things from this company called Wear the Peace, which is where the two sweatshirts that I have that were sent to me, it's where that's from. I got this hat. You know I love hats. Yeah, it's here. I'll show you the website. It's a great company, and if you wanted to get something, and of course they support all these great causes. They even have like kids from Gaza who have designed releases for them, which is really special. But yeah, I got this necklace. I also got a shirt, which, let me see. Maybe it's on here. So I have this. I have that press sweatshirt. I have the watermelon one. I just got a shirt. I have this shirt. Okay, I can't find it, but I bought a shirt too that I'm sure I will be rocking soon. Oh, I want a lot actually. I know. They have a lot of really amazing stuff. And of course, it's all for a good purpose. So, if you have some extra bucks and you're looking to purchase something to help good causes and also have very quality merch. It's very good. I got this one. I love it. Ooh, I love that. This is from kafia.org. That's pretty. Do they have pants? I don't know. If they do, I should probably buy some since I'm out of pants, apparently. Guess I don't have any more pants. I get ads for them on Insta. Yeah, they are very good at marketing. They also have a number of celebrities who have worn their stuff. They have a pretty big Twitter account too. Like do you remember when oh my God, Jennifer Garner's daughter, Violet was wearing her watermelon sweatshirt, and that is from We're the Peace. Oh, awkward. Anyway, they're great. They should work with Miss Rachel if they haven't yet. Yeah. Maggie Pie, thank you for the 18 months. Sako, thank you for the 29 months. I Eat Big Cakes, thank you for the 3 months. Brew Meister, thank you for the 3 months. How are we awkward? There are so many times that I realize I'm not following someone or following something, and I always thought I was. And in that case, it's fine, but sometimes it's like someone that I'm friends with, and I go, oh. I'm really bad on YouTube because I didn't follow any channels on YouTube, and then I started trying to watch more YouTube. And then right after you follow, they get sponsored by Polymarket. Oh, did you guys see this? Speaking of Polymarket. More than $100 million has been wagered on this year's Oscars race across Kalshi and Polymarket. Like, on the one hand, is it better than, I don't know, gambling on people's lives? Gambling on, nukes being launched, more war crimes occurring? Sure, but man, is it just total sludge. We really are. I do believe the world ended and we are in hell. I saw somebody tweet, they're like, I microdose hell every day by staying informed, by staying up to date and informed on everything that's happening. This really, really feels like the bad place. The final tally for 2026 is projected to climb significantly higher before Sunday. Over 30 million has been traded on Best Picture alone. And by the way, y'all, this don't discount the trades, the various Hollywood trades and publications from being involved here. I'm not saying, I don't know for sure who, I can't pinpoint specifically. I don't have the evidence for it, right in front of me. But when you see a sudden push for certain films or people or whatever, it could have something to do as well with these companies being partnered with now Kalshi or Polymarket. It's just the way that overall the film industry has, like everything else, been overtaken by gambling. Everything is gambling now. It's all gambling. It's fucking gross. I hate it here. Some contracts are tracking which celebrities will attend and which words will be spoken on stage. Gross. Ballet is trending at 62. If somebody mentions ballet on stage, I'm going to do crime. I'm going to do something. Just kidding. I'm going to be gay and do crime. I mean, this is so gross though. The whole thing is gross. It's all gross. You know there's already going to be at least 2 joke references. You know. Well, now I want them to mention it. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. Conan almost 100% going to have a ballet/opera number. Yeah, I just can't. I just simply cannot. I can't. Is that okay with everybody? Shy made your vision a reality. Wait, let me see. Shalb, thank you for the 13 months. Maggie, thank you. Instead of, me saying do domestic terrorism, fine dining is out of control. Okay, first of all, people paying $1,500. It's absurd. Like, fuck everybody who's also buying tickets to this pop-up. People will watch fiction. They will watch a movie, they will watch a show and go, damn, that's really fucked up. And it'll be something that is reflective of an issue that exists in the real world. They'll go watch The Bear and go, wow, this is really fucked up. And then when it's actually the bear in real life, they'll go, oh, who cares? Please, this guy's an amazing chef. All right, it's all about greatness. Oh my God, this is frightening me too. It's all about being great, okay? This is how you make it. This is how you make it in this world. There's people who are both in that world and then ones who just enjoy. They are, customers.
Here they come.
And I'm like, how do you watch something like The Bear where Carmi has a major anxiety disorder? The good guys and the bad guys. You have the Empire and you have the Rebellion. And you always side with the Rebellion. You always side with the impoverished population that's rising up against their oppressors. It's like you are not on the side of the imperial court, and yet when we go to real life, y'all can't tell the difference. You don't know who the good guys are and the bad guys are. You're still out here like, oh, United States of America is a force for good in this world. That is so fucking funny. This is how we win your entire Oscars night. So speaking of the Oscars, it is an hour earlier, FYI, which I totally forgot about. I need about 17 joint hits and your couch in this. Yeah, just hours. It's like this, but instead of, me saying do domestic, when the tiny fruits come in, I simply can't. Just hours and hours of me rambling on and on about whatever, set to the dancing fruits. Perfection. Why is this buzzing? Why are you always... Stop it! Chill! Hold on. Let me fix this. Okay. There we go. W Shy edit. W Shy Thembo edit. Yes, indeed. Okay, so let me talk about what we got planned. Bias, thank you for tier 1. So, tonight is the night. Do you need the link to the Diane Warren presentation again? Yes, please. So tonight I'm going to cover a couple things that I have to talk about, and then we will do Oscars stuff. I have my predictions, I have my picks, I have my forlorn thoughts. We have chats. We have a dedicated presentation to Diane Warren. And then tomorrow I will not be live, which is why we're getting it all done tonight. Sunday, it's going to be an earlier stream because I'll probably go live. I mean, the pre-show starts at 1. Ain't no fucking way. No way. I will burn out. If I do 3 hours of pre-show, by the time we get to the show at 4, I'll be like, ah! So we're going to have a special guest. I'm pretty sure. I lost track of her because she was on a safari in Tanzania. I don't know if it was like an official safari, but last I know, that's where she was. So she's supposed to be joining to give some fashion thoughts. It's Rebel Wilson. Yeah. She's a little bit busy right now because this big piece came out about her and her PR team, the agency group, aka TAG, aka the group that keeps running these smear campaigns. So it's not Rebel Wilson. It's not Nicole Kidman. As much as I would die. I would die. It's somebody who, well, let's just say, should probably be in prison for the amount of domestic terrorism threats she has leveled at Anna Wintour and the Met. But you can't keep a diva down. I would gift 100 subs if it was Nicole Kidman. I would shit myself. And then Nandre is going to join for commentary on the Oscars show. Potentially the carpet as well. We'll see. I'm still figuring out my schedule for that. But yeah, just so you know, the Oscars is 4 p.m. Pacific time. We will be doing, as we have done in the past, where we are running multiple Discord watch parties, because unfortunately I can't watch it on stream. So I will be watching, I will be reacting, and we will have all the watch parties in Discord. I know, it's so freaking early. Is it on Hulu again? Yes. So it's ABC until 2029, then they go to YouTube. So you can watch on Hulu. I'm going to figure out which link. I'll probably watch the ABC one. I'm assuming that will be the most on time, you know? Don't want to be delayed. Don't want to be watching a delayed link. Also, nothing is stopping you from shitting yourself for fun. Yeah, that's true. You know, don't let anything get in the way of shitting yourself for fun. You know? Okay, any questions? I'm thinking probably around, let's see, it's already 6:42. What the hell? It's because I started a little bit late because I couldn't find pants. And then I kept not being able to find pants. All right, so maybe around 8 o'clock, which gives me a little over an hour to get through other stuff I want to talk about. I have to say, Timmy in his Asia leg of Marty Supreme, of Marty Supreme Press, this shit has been sending me. It is so funny. He doesn't give a fuck. It really is giving Marty Supreme.
見事にこの使い分けていますね。リズミカルに太鼓を叩いていく。ちょっと曲が転調しました。クライマックスに入って。
Yeah, he's on his Asian press tour.
さあ川口選手はしっかりとリズムを取って
good time.
さあ最後の連打からフィニッシュ決めたのはティモシー・シャラメ。うわ負けた。これ。
Meanwhile, people continue to chime in. They continue to chime in on the ballet opera grand fiasco of 2026. They're still chirping. They are still piping up. I can't do it anymore. I truly, every time now I go online and I see the latest, like whoever the fuck said what on whatever, you know, it's not even about ballet and opera at this point. We've so lost the plot. It's just like, yeah, okay, great. This is our life now. I have never been more ready to move past this fuck ass discourse. Like, I don't even want to call it discourse because it's not. It's not. I have to imagine at least after the Oscars, it's got to be buried. If Timmy wins, I'm sure there will be a fresh round. I'm sure there will be people piping up, and then it has to come to an end. It must. I don't even like Timmy, so I'm turning on him for starting this discourse. He should be. It's now back around to fuck Timmy for even having bothered. Okay. If they make a joke about Tourette Sunday, I will also freak out. I will be really, really. That was another. Oh my God. How are we living? Because man, discourse and bullshit that it's trying to be discourse has been really exhausting. Okay, as far as Nicole Kidman, yes, I've watched this 10 times.
I have my Looney Tunes characters on today.
Yes. We love Looney Tunes.
Watch Bo and Yang. Watch Bo and Yang experience Nicole Kidman in this clip.
Love Looney Tunes.
Yes, there's Coyote.
Yeah, there he is.
Yes.
Now, don't you do
Tweety Bird.
Don't you do Little Quacka?
There's Tweety.
Yeah. All of them.
Oh my God.
Honestly, I knew to whip this out at the right.
I love that Matt is just going with it. He's like, yeah. And Bowen is like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Something is happening.
Yeah.
Well, you are in a thrall right now about Rihanna, Tweety Bird, smells in general.
The legendary ladies of our time.
I'm sensory.
Okay, I'm so happy I
love it.
remembered to key them in.
I genuinely don't know if she's high, if she's on, or if this is just Nicole Kidman free from Keith Urban, or both.
I have my Looney Tunes characters on today.
Yes. We love Looney Tunes.
We love Looney Tunes.
Yes, there's
Yeah.
Coyote.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This is how I sound when I am on substances. You know, I do relate. I go, oh, I have been there, Queen. I have been there, but it also could just be Nicole.
Yeah, there he is.
Yes.
Now, don't you do
Tweety Bird.
don't you do Little Quacka?
There's Tweety.
Yeah.
All of them.
Oh my God.
Honestly, I knew to whip this out at the right
Tweety Bird.
moment. Yeah.
Something is happening.
Yeah.
Well, you are in a thrall right now about Rihanna, Tweety
Tweety
Bird, smells in
The
general.
legendary ladies of our time.
I'm sensory.
Okay.
I'm sensory. Oh my God, Nicole, please never stop. Please never stop. Another favorite quote from this podcast episode was when she goes, I love a small dinner party, but I also love a rave. I'm like, oh my God, me too. Holy shit. Put that on a t-shirt. Please. Raise your hand if you are sensory, okay? Because I think that a lot of us in here are. I think we relate to Mother Nicole. This, honestly, this is her free. She is free, and I hope she never ends up with fuck-ass men ever again. Nicole Kidman tells Las Culturistas she has the pain tolerance of a Navy SEAL. They go, do you want the anesthesia? I say, nar. Oh, man. See, this is the good shit that I'm talking about. All right. This is celebrities being so bizarro, but in this wacky, wonderful way. After being with Tom and Keith, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. She's in the prime of her life now. Ain't no stopping her now. Puff Puff, thank you for the resub. There are just endless quotes from this interview. Nicole Kidman learned of her first Oscar nomination right in the middle of filming a scene for Dogville. When asked if she lost it upon hearing the news, she replied, "Nar, I was in the scene. I finished the scene, then I lost it." Everything she says is, it's just golden. What if I just started doing this? Because I kind of feel like this is where my brain is heading, where I'm just like, oh, Tweety bird. Oh my. I'm sensory. You know? It's like first step is the fruits. First step is the dancing fruits. And when I put those dancing fruits on, I am sitting in front of them like, oh, the strawberry. Oh! Oh! It's so funny. She's just like this, but everyone's convinced she must be high. And again, she could be. She could be living her best life, you know? Popping some Molly before going on Las Culturistas. But it's also Nicole. It is Nicole. Flunky, thank you for the 39 months. I have to watch this since we're talking about Nicole. No! I mean, seriously, she's free of this now. She's free of this. She's free. That's how we get...
I have my Looney Tunes characters on today.
Like, Nicole, are you so glad to be free of Cop Car and Keith Urban?
I have my Looney Tunes characters on today.
Yes. We love Looney Tunes.
We love Looney Tunes.
Yes,
Oh, God. I can't get over this having 28 million views. Wow, there's a lot of likes on these comments. A lot of likes. I'm such an influencer. I cannot believe I'm not getting hired more to do influencer things. This is absurd. I have people in 2026 watching Cop Car. Can we look at her sleigh? This woman is free. She's free. Life after divorce. I mean, come on. Part of me wants to get divorced just so I can do something like this, you know? Just so I can have a post-divorce photo shoot. It's so hot. I mean, she has never looked better. Come on. Hello. Legs for days. Why will 2026 be the year of Nicole Kidman, but every year is probably the year of Nicole Kidman? Well, not last year. I was quiet. I had other things going on. I was in my shell, and she has fucking broken out, man. Tweety bird! it really, that is, you know what it is? That is the vibe of someone who's experiencing things fully. You know, it's like when babies see things in the world and it's the first time they've seen things and they just are in total disbelief. They're in just complete awe. It's beautiful. Everything. It's joyful. And a true inspiration. You know, it's like, as I said, kind of want to get divorced just to recreate a shoot like this. She is thriving, as they say. All right. Okay. Yep. Ba 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 ba. All right, let me pull up my stream vids. Okay. Another pedo, another right-wing hate-mongering pedo is caught today in other news. It's just another day. It's just another Friday, just another day of the week. Fork always found in kitchen. Venn diagram is a circle. Yeah, you know, I was kind of trying to figure out, I was trying to figure out like what story did I want to start with before I get to Oscars things. And well, you just jump right into it. Yeah, another MAGA guy who was caught in a catch a predator sting operation. This guy who just a couple days ago was outside of Gracie Mansion screaming vile Islamophobic things. And then there were bombs that were thrown at him and his crew. Anyway, it was madness. And he was screaming that Muslims are pedophiles. He's also the guy who was at January 6th and he beat the shit out of one of the Capitol Police with a bat and then was later pardoned by Donald Trump. He was also leading counter protests on the side of ICE against ICE protesters. He also pretended to fuck a goat on the same day. Are we sure he pretended? I love the video of people throwing things at him. Yeah, people were throwing water balloons at him. Mm-hmm. So this is another MAGA guy, another Trump guy. His name is Jake Lang. And he is truly one of the most notorious hate mongers on the far right, which says a lot because there's a lot of them and they are incredibly vile. He is one of the worst, but he got caught texting who he thought was a 15-year-old girl. Jake Lang has for years been a minor celebrity in the most noxious corners of the conservative movement. He burst onto the scene as a bat-wielding January 6th defendant, then was one of a handful of defendants who took their cases to the Supreme Court, arguing that some of the charges did not apply. Last year, he launched a failed Senate bid in Florida. He has been holding provocative demonstrations across the country aimed at whipping up hatred for both Jews and Muslims. Yeah, he's equal opportunist. He was throwing out Hitler salutes outside of Apex headquarters and organized an anti-Muslim rally in Minneapolis that saw him attacked by counter-protesters. And his influence has steadily been growing. He was outed by the right for being Jewish. This guy is Jewish. And he's throwing up Nazi salutes. I mean, not the first example. He LARPs as a Christian nationalist. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Fascism knows no bounds. Yeah. Quick must-watch clip of Jake Lang destroying a prosecute ICE sculpture. Oh, he almost killed himself. Oh Oh
Crew
God.
Ice, baby. America first, America only. Well,
Oh my God. It is always these guys cosplaying military tough. Cosplaying military tough. And they look so. Come on. It is like the most pathetic cosplay. These dork ass
see you
losers.
here, February 7th, Saturday, 12 noon, outside the Minnesota State Capitol.
Oh, come on! Oh my God. Oh my God. It's all, of course, it's all a performance, but the performance is terrible. It's not even a good performance. It's not even believable. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, okay, so that's that guy. That's Jake Lang. Baby Matcha Latte, thank you for the 31 months. He crushed his balls at the beginning. Ah, of course. Out of breath. He was out of breath. Kicking this ice. Damn, he really showed us. He really showed us radical leftists. Yep. You know what? He did almost fall. Which, honestly, there's probably a point in that video where he did, and somehow they're like, well, we'll just have to cut this out. Like, I could see him falling afterwards. That he was just it was just too much. It was simply too much. Okay, anyway, back to him texting who he thought was a 15-year-old girl. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. So, this thing just happened outside of Zohran Mamdani's home. He accused Muslims of being pedophiles. And then there were two counter-protesters, supposedly inspired by ICE, who threw bombs at Lang and his fellow crusaders, but I don't think they went off or anything. But that would have gave Lang some cred with the right, further elevating him until today, when it comes out that he had been texting with who he thought was a 15-year-old girl. The video, the video that was made was the product of another attention-hungry faction of the right, pedophile hunters who stage amateur to catch a pedophile. So it's like it's his own side. It's his own side who staged this trap for him. On Monday, one of the pedophile hunters, who goes by the name The Zerg, posted on Instagram that he had been texting Lang while posing as an underage girl who described herself as a high school student. What Jake doesn't tell you is he was chatting up with my 15-year-old decoy. Zerg, who is this guy right here.
In politics, and let's welcome one of them right here, Jake Lang. So Jake Lang here ran in Senate for Florida, which he lost, and now he does these social media.
I'm not gonna lie, this guy looks like he was made in the Charlie Kirk. Jake Lang. He looks like he was made in the Charlie Kirk factory. All these guys look the same.
Things where he does crusades as a Christian, and basically does anti-Muslim stuff, anti-Islam stuff. So like, for example, he posts, things like this, where he says, "We have no fear of pedophiles worshiping Muslims in Christ Jesus." But
yeah. Knowing how the right operates these days, they might turn on him more for being Jewish and masquerading as a Christian nationalist than for being a predator, for being a pedo.
But what Jake doesn't tell you is he was chatting up with my 15-year-old decoy. So let's see.
Yeah, look at the comments here.
See what he had to say then. By the way, he says he's Christian, but there's, stuff like this. So they were talking about the march and how he wanted her to be at the march in Texas. And he said that I have too many DMs, text me, baby. So she sent her number. And let's see what he said on text. She says, how old are you, by the way? Said, I just turned 30, honey. What are you doing up so late, young lady? Then tells Jake, I might be too young for you. And he says, how old are you, baby? Unless you are under 18, I don't care. Then she says, I'm 15, LOLO. Now, keep in mind, at this point, what you should do is you should block the girl or just not talk to her. But let's see what Jake says next. He asks her, when do you turn 16? And she says, in 6 months. And then says, I won't get you in trouble if that's what you are worried about. And he likes that message. And then asks, what state do you live in? Question mark. I can't see you till you're 16. Jake, why would you be asking a 15-year-old when she's going to turn 16 and what state she's in? That sounds like, to me, you are trying to get with a 16-year-old if the age is consensual in that state, and you're 30 years old. So I think it's kind of hypocritical to think you calling out Muslims and Islam, right, as a white Christian, saying that they are pedophiles and all these things, while you're messaging my 15-year-old decoy asking when she's going to turn 16, from what it seems like to me is like you want her to be 16 so you can, you know, I don't know. What do you guys think? So
the commenters are just taking this as fuel for anti-Semitism because they don't actually care about teenage girls. Yeah, it's the same thing like we talked about yesterday, where when people who love Nick Fuentes love that he's a Nazi, right? That he's a graper. And on the other side, like when people are identifying like the main issue with Nick Fuentes, they're always talking about his anti-Semitism. They're always talking about him saying Nazi shit because no one cares about women and girls. It's like, oh, are we paying any attention to him advocating for like raping and torturing and killing women, you know, just doing whatever you want to women and girls? In the same way with these guys, we're like, they're happy to see Jake Lang get brought down because of the reveal that he's Jewish.
Yeah, Jake, you're a fucking weirdo, bro.
Yeah, and then yet we still have to hear that the anti-Semitism problem is on the left. That, oh, the left is so anti-Semitic. This is where the real, you know, virulent anti-Semitism is occurring, and the institutional anti-Semitism. It's just, I mean, that's the same thing with Epstein, as I've seen a lot of people on the right who are really, really knocking Epstein for being Jewish. You know, there is, of course, Epstein's connection to Israel's government that I think should not be kind of brushed over. That's not the same thing, obviously, as right-wing anti-Semites who make this classic Jewish pedophile, which is what I've seen them say a lot, where it's just a way to be anti-Semitic because they don't give a fuck about the abuse of women and girls, and they don't care about the difference between Jeffrey Epstein and like calling Jewish people pedophiles versus the deep Israel connections that he had, the connections that he had with the American and Israeli governments. Fascists are so predictable and hypocritical. Yeah. So anyway, that's this guy. Fork found in kitchen always. I really feel like every day we just wake up to a new one of these losers, these racist, hateful losers who love preying on girls every day, man. And then they'll go on and on about how trans people are pedophiles and groomers. They will label all Muslims as pedophiles. Every day, pedocon, truly. Jake Lang seems like he was written by the South Park guys. Actually, though, just a cartoonishly racist and misogynistic and predatory man. Ugh, I don't know. I'm freaking tired. I'm so sick and tired of these fuck ass men. I am. And also, dude, the piece that I went over yesterday that was an Intelligencer about right-wing women, and I just, yet again, women, you are aligning yourself with men who hate you because you are a woman. And as long as you play their game, as long as you play the part you're supposed to play, then they will allow you in on their terms. These men hate women, okay? How many times do we have to say, how much proof do you need? What is that tweet? Oh, my tweet? Yeah, the Vatican released a 48-page document taking on cosmetic surgery culture, looks maxing, and the Trump aesthetic. And Pope Leo approved every word. There's a part when I read this that I thought to myself, is Pope Leo aware? Like, does this mean Pope Leo's aware of clavicular? The fact that he, like, do you know what I mean by that? We have the Pope who is aware of looks maxing culture. And of course, a prominent figure in that is clavicular. You know, there's something about that that's just, it's just wrong. It's wrong. And the Pope understanding the Mar-a-Lago face, the new fascist aesthetic of looking like Laura Loomer or Kristi Noem. Anyway, I just felt that it was necessary to inform Laura Loomer that the Pope said that she's chopped and a total abomination. That her very existence, inside and outside, is a Christly abomination. The Pope called them all chopped. Yep. It is concerning to me how much attention clavicular still gets in a way that's way too sanitary, you know? All of the shiny profiles he's gotten, the way that people kind of seem to be forgetting what he's promoting, like the things that he's saying. And I'm not just talking about bone smashing. Okay, I'm not just talking about injecting yourself with meth. Like, it is deeply, deeply racist, misogynistic, hateful rhetoric. Let's not forget that. And another thing, too, is he basically went from this peripheral figure in the way that... It's killing me! In the way that Nick Fuentes did, to now he's so much more mainstream. And remember that these guys rely on, they have so many accounts who clip farm for them. Like that, they basically force themselves into relevancy through the clip farming economy. And then when that gains more steam, And then you have major mainstream publications who start profiling them like they did for Nick Fuentes, like they did for Clavicular and continue to. And it's because they're interested in clicks. That's what it is, right? It's all about attention. This is the attention economy. What is going to get attention? And I don't know. What always happens is this, as I said, sanitation and reputational washing by not focusing, like losing the focus on that we should not be at all promoting these very dangerous figures. Feeding my children with clicks. I literally saw a video of Clavicular saying I'm a rapist while a girl was in his lap and she didn't care on camera and everything. Oh. Some people online leftists are leaning too much into memes around him, which is normalizing him. Yeah, it's always a whoa. Okay. All right. Let's just let's remember what it is that these men are promoting, and as they're growing in notoriety, are becoming more mainstream popular. It's really bad. It's like you see it forming in front of your eyes, and there's not really enough actual and necessary criticism. No, like, hey, this is really, really dangerous rhetoric, what's being promoted here. Yeah, he promotes eugenics. I mean, he is very openly bigoted. Yeah, and I watch these guys gain more and more prominence, and I go, are we not able to stop this? Is this kind of just how it goes now? And then what that does is it incentivizes others to follow this tried and true path, right? It's like nowadays the most inflammatory you can be, the most like outlandish and over the top and extreme in every way, you are rewarded for. That video of Clavicular getting mad because they put cheese in his burger. Yeah, and I saw people being like, oh, I can save him. Oh, wait, why do I feel bad for him? And I'm like, oh my God, y'all. No. Jay Aubrey made a 2-hour video about him. So much more horrible shit I don't know about him. Dude's a monster. We should watch that someday. Shouts to Jay Aubrey, who's always reminding the people just how fucking terrible these internet figures are. Everyone wants an excuse to be racist, misogynistic, bigoted, but now can do it and make a bunch of money. It's also not just like wanting an excuse to be those things. It's fully going, oh, like, I don't think these are people who start off anti-racist, anti-misogynistic, anti-bigoted, but they are fully incentivized to be as extreme and absurd. And they see these guys, whether it's a Nick Fuentes or a Clavicular, whatever camp you're falling into. And they're like, damn, okay, I can do it too then. Scruggy Bear, thank you so much for the 5 gifteds. Sorry, I guess I don't have bone smashing to offer you, but thank you for the support nonetheless. And the other thing too is on, as far as what he is, as far as, him injecting meth and steroids and really whatever the fuck, anything. This is medically very dangerous. It's not just the open promotion of bigotry. It's also very concerning that this is being really kind of largely treated as a joke. But there are a lot of young people who are being influenced or will be influenced, you know? How many times do we talk about how we are living in a culture where the pursuit of the pursuit of beauty has never been more extreme, the way that these aesthetics that also correlate with fascism are just very prominent in culture. I mean, the freaking Pope had to write something. The Pope, y'all. The Pope had to take on Mar-a-Lago face looksmaxing in America's cult of the body. You know, the thing too is I know more and more people who are injecting peptides, stuff like that. They're like getting it on the internet and just injecting it willy-nilly. In a sweeping 48-page document titled Quo Vadis Humanitas? Where are you going, humanity? The Vatican's International Theological Commission, with Pope Leo's explicit approval, has issued its sharpest critique yet of the cosmetic surgery culture that has consumed American public life. The commission warns of a widespread cult of the body marked by what it calls the frantic pursuit of a perfect figure, one that always stays fit, youthful, and beautiful. The Vatican's diagnosis cuts deeper than aesthetics. The theologians identify a painful paradox at the heart of the beauty industrial complex. The Pope has had enough of this shit, actually. The ideal body is exalted, sought after, and cultivated, while the real body is not truly loved, being a source of limitations, fatigue, and aging. Read that again. The real body is not truly loved. The document goes further, describing trends that reduce the body to biological material to be enhanced, transformed, and reshaped at will, with the dream of achieving living conditions that avoid pain, aging, and death. The obsession with surgical perfection represents something theologically urgent, the attempt to escape what it means to be human. The internet had thoughts. Asking Pope Leo what he thinks about preventative Botox done tastefully. The document connects the Mar-a-Lago aesthetic to a broader philosophical crisis, the same crisis that has produced the looks-maxing movement among young men, the explosion of weight loss drugs taken for cosmetic rather than medical reasons, and the normalization of surgical intervention as a prerequisite for public life. The Pope also goes in, while the commission goes in on AI. We risk creating a world governed by machines where the living God is replaced by a virtual God. On AI specifically, the document questions the use of algorithms when deciding whether or not to provide medical care, granting loans or mortgages, or providing insurance, or when preparing criminal cases in court or deciding on military strikes. As I wrote about earlier this week, Pope Leo has already moved to restrict AI in the church's own worship life, speaking out against AI-generated homilies, the concept of an AI-generated homily, and warning priests against replacing pastoral presence with digital convenience. While we're talking about the woke Pope, Pope Leo's Vatican newspaper is the only publication in the Western world to run the photograph of 150 Iranian girls' graves killed in President Trump's military strikes on its front page. I mean... I see this as consistent with the mainstream rise in GLPs, the disappearance of body positivity we saw in the 2010s, along with Silicon Valley types like Sam Altman and Peter Thiel, who funded designer baby startups. And as you're always talking about, Mar-a-Lago face and the push towards sameness. Yeah, and it's also this like grotesqueness. It's all it's monstrous. No baby is mogging me. So many children killed or harmed in just the last 3 years. And Western media, you wouldn't think that that were the case, because that certainly is not what our Western institutions, what our Western media cares at all about. Nope. Where did this go? Where did Pope Take go? Yeah. Okay. So, in a culture where the president's closest allies signal loyalty through matching cheekbones, where young men inject themselves with unregulated peptides to maximize their jawlines, and where aging is treated as a failure of self-discipline rather than a dimension of human experience, the Vatican's message lands with unexpected force. Your wrinkles are not a deficiency. You know, the whole thing too with this tech obsession, right? These tech billionaires who are obsessed with longevity, who are obsessed with immortality. It is so grotesque to put any effort and any emphasis on that when it's like, life right now for a lot of people is getting harder and harder. Why are we focusing on really what is a move away from our focus on humanity, on like towards this world where we have more conversation on, I don't know, like a transhumanistic future where we're all like kind of robots, where everything is just the world is just run by robots, rather than caring for people in this moment now. Right? Like, do you think people want to live, wanting to live longer when for a lot of people that just means prolonged suffering? When it means that it's not that their needs are being met that would then encourage somebody to want to live for a longer time. It's like babies are being murdered right now, and we're talking about, right? You know what I mean by that? The future of humanity is not decided in bioengineering laboratories, but in the ability to navigate the tensions of the present. Pope Leo signed off on those words. Given everything he said about dignity, poverty, and the idols of power, the message could not be more consistent. Mar-a-Lago face is a symptom. The disease is a civilization that no longer believes the human person, fragile, mortal, aging, is enough. Damn, you heard it from the Pope. You heard it from the Pope himself. Weg, thank you for the tier 1. Tana says, thank you for the 2 months. I don't know. I think this is a topic that I really need to, I really want to read more on. I want to read from people who are not just not promoting a world that we've handed over to artificial intelligence, like are actively pushing against that. I go, what it's the Pope who's having to step up. The Pope who's having to step up and be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a second. I'm seeing all this stuff happening and I'm going, not on my watch. I want to follow up on Anthony's podcast fundraiser. Sounds like he's doing it Sunday and Monday. So Sunday I'm busy. I have the Oscars all day, but what you should do is post it in the Discord. It's always a good place to post that kind of stuff. I was cooking earlier. I thought the Pope was endorsing this. Oh no, the Pope has come out against. The Pope has come out against against looks maxing culture, Mar-a-Lago face, body fascism, this pursuit of chiseled perfection, of plastic surgery being a now prerequisite to public life, of this this kind of negativity towards aging. You know, like one thing I think about a lot too are posts like this. Posts like this that I see all the time. Kim and Paris Hilton haven't aged a bit since they came out on the scene. Absolutely insane face cards at the age of 45. And again, it's emphasizing that aging is bad, right? That you should, especially if we're talking about women here, that you should be perpetually frozen in time. But also these women have had are constantly tinkering their faces and bodies. What are we talking about? You're forgetting a crucial aspect here, which is that somebody like Kim Kardashian's entire business resides in her in her entire aesthetic and how her face and her body promote products. This is not somebody who looks this way just naturally, just because. And it's how she has contributed to this culture of always seeking unattainable perfection. It's her entire brand. And the other thing too is these women are aging. Everybody's aging. And they don't look like they did when they were 20. And that is okay. You should be 45 and it's okay to look 45. Like, there is no one way of looking 45. Like, that's another thing. Like, what is the kind of predetermined markers of what an exact age should look like? But you cannot look 46. I just don't know what we're doing. I don't know, man. And the thing is too, as people's, like, I look at someone like Clavicular and people who are following him and being influenced by him. And what they believe is that if they look like that and they can achieve that through peptides, meth, steroids, smashing their bones, whatever it is that's being sold to them, then that is how they will succeed. That it is, it's this promise of, it's this promise of like the American dream now that is wrapped up in your aesthetic. It is now, if you look like this, then all of your problems will go away. And when people's needs aren't being met, it drives them to these extreme directions. That one dude that takes his son's blood, yeah, that's Brian Johnson. Tried everything and just ended up looking like one of them dudes from Alien Prometheus. Yeah. I don't know. It is this feeling of like being detached I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, let's talk about this latest smear campaign. And yet again, at the center of it is the Agency Group, which is a top PR firm. This is the PR firm that helped to smear Amber Heard, helped to smear Blake Lively. And the latest is that they were working on behalf of Rebel Wilson, who was in some kind of beef, some kind of I don't know, professional quarrel with this producer named Amanda Ghost. And so Rebel Wilson hired the Agency Group. And you may recognize these names again, Melissa Nathan, because she is the person who helped to smear Blake Lively on behalf of Justin Baldoni, and Jed Wallace, who's the fixer, who's the guy that it's like, oh, if you need something done and it's not necessarily legal, you call Jed Wallace. And listen to this clip. So this is a recording that was obtained, and this is Jed Wallace instructing Melissa Nathan to assert without evidence that the producer of The Deb, which is a film that Rebel Wilson, I guess, is a part of. It's directed by her. It's based on this stage musical. So he is instructing Melissa Nathan to assert without evidence that the producer Amanda Ghost is a madame whose work involves procuring young women for wealthy and powerful men. So essentially that she's a sex trafficker.
Oh, also, talked about Rebel. Like, here's the deal with Rebel, and I think you, me, and Brian, and maybe Katie, since she'll write this thing. What we have to do is the biggest piece here is that we have to connect Amanda Ghost with Vlotnik. And I was just like, so basically what we need to do is we need to create a path where we expose Amanda Ghost as like the new Heidi Fleiss. Like she masquerades as the reason why she sucks so bad at music is because she's actually getting hookers for Vlotnik, right? And that's what she does. She's an absolute madam, and that's why she's so lethal, blah, blah, blah. But he's right. Like, we can't just do like, oh, she's a bitch, she sucks. It's like, it's gotta be really, really heavy and connected to something that heavy. So we'll talk about that tomorrow too.
I mean, Jesus. Mind you, of course, in the lawsuit that Blake Lively had filed against Justin Baldoni, as well as Melissa Nathan and Jed Wallace, people who were instrumental in trying to hide the sexual harassment that occurred on the set of It Ends With Us, that Justin Baldoni and his producer partner, Jamie Heath, were responsible for. And these are the same people. They were mentioned in the Epstein files. These are high profile PR people, fixers, who this is what they do. This is how this world operates. And it feels especially insidious because of how the reality of sex trafficking and all of these high-powered people, rich, powerful people who are involved in sex trafficking operations, like the reality of that. We just had the Alexander brothers who were convicted on all counts, including sex trafficking, which they had been doing for years. We have, of course, Epstein and Maxwell's entire operation. So to have them come up with this idea that it's not enough to smear someone by saying they're a bitch because it's just not powerful enough. Who cares, right? And instead, let's accuse this woman, this producer, of being a sex trafficker. Which then, my worry on this, when I first saw this, my concern was that if people see this, it's going to further confuse them then. It's going to further confuse them as it pertains to all of Epstein's world, where now people will be like, wait, so is this person actually a sex trafficker? Or, you know, have they committed sex crimes? Or that this was just as a smear campaign? Like, it just kind of further fuels conspiracy theories and people getting things twisted and getting confused. And let alone how monstrous this is. Like, what a monstrous false, intentionally false statement. At one point in the private conversation, Wallace references the involvement of Hollywood power lawyer Brian Friedman, who's also Justin Baldoni's lawyer, Wilson's then counsel in the plan. The discovery of communications implicating Wallace, Nathan, and Friedman can be traced back to the It Ends With Us legal saga, in which Friedman plays a central role in a breach of contract lawsuit from ex-Baldoni publicist Stephanie Jones against Baldoni and his production company Wayfarer. The recording bolsters the appearance that Nathan's The Agency Group, which is a top PR shop in the entertainment industry whose clients have included Drake and Johnny Depp, and has frequently worked with Friedman, deployed websites featuring character assassinating claims about Ghost. The conversation was originally recorded in order to relay instructions from Wallace to former TAG Vice President Katie Case, who was not on the call. She was told to review a document detailing accusations that the site ultimately alleged against the producer. Camp Sugar, which is Wilson's production company, is named as an author of that document according to court filings. Rebel Wilson has repeatedly denied any involvement in the creation of the smear websites, not just on television, but in her sworn legal testimonies, said Camille Vasquez, a lawyer for Ghost, in a statement. We, however, had long suspected that she not only contributed to the malicious sites, but that she was the driving force behind them. The evidence we have submitted to the court in California supports that conclusion. This is the same thing with Justin Baldoni. Same exact shit. In a statement, Allison Thompson, a lawyer for the actress, said, Friedman no longer represents Miss Wilson and hasn't for some time. In a deposition, Miss Case also confirmed that she never personally spoke with Miss Wilson. Friedman, Nathan, and Wallace declined to comment. Friedman has previously said that neither he nor Nathan and Wallace were involved in the sites. According to court filings in an August 2024 exchange naming Friedman and Wallace, Nathan discusses plans with Case to implement a digital campaign targeting Ghost, who was then engaged in an escalating legal battle with Wilson over the actress's directorial debut, The Deb. Okay, so this was even further than just like a professional fight on set. This was a legal battle. A legal battle between Rebel Wilson and Amanda Ghost. And because this is how things work now, you hire a PR firm like the Agency Group, and then they use places like Reddit. They employ bot farms. They pay influencers to push the narrative that they want and essentially conduct a smear campaign that is inorganic in its manufacturing, but then in a lot of cases, like with Johnny Depp and with Justin Baldoni, will then tap into organic, already existing cultural bigotries. So in the case of Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, it was a layup because they set that in motion. And then a lot of people online readily jumped to believing that Blake Lively was not the victim in the situation. And for some people believed that she was actually the bad guy. That, she was trying to take this film from Justin Baldoni. She and her rich husband, blah, blah, blah. So it's the inorganic manufacturing, the way that these companies will use social media platforms, will pay for bot farms, will pay influencers, just like this other thing that we're going to talk about, this dark money group offering influencers $1,500 for posts to attack Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. And then they are relying on the public essentially going along with it. And the thing is that once the narrative is out there, once the smear campaign is in operation, it is very hard to convince a lot of people something different from what they originally believed. And a lot of people will form an opinion, they'll see something, and it's whatever is kind of the overwhelming vibe, environment, take, and they'll have that. And then even when information comes out afterwards that really paints the picture of what was happening, they don't care. Like they're not paying attention, they're not going to change their minds, or they so firmly hold these beliefs that then they believe that's the misinformation. A lie makes it halfway around the world before the truth can even get its boots on. Yeah. And the idea being that once the disinformation has been planted, once the smear campaign is a go, then even if you have all the facts and the evidence, and even if you win in a court of law, the damage is still done. Now you can try and minimize that, and you can try and fix your reputation by pursuing legal, a legal path. And that's what's happening here. Like, it's not just this legal battle with Wilson over this film, but now it's going to show this smear campaign that was maliciously being manufactured. According to court filings, so this legal battle was happening. Basically, Rebel wants one of those sites. It can be really, really harsh. This is what Melissa Nathan texted. And then link it to the Jed's voice thing. Later, she messages Case, Jed and Brian asking me for copy, LOL, kill me. That copy, allegedly drafted by Camp Sugar, was revised to conform with Wallace's instructions, Case said in a deposition. In the recording, the digital strategist tells Nathan to claim that Ghost provides billionaire Len Blavatnik, who also, Len Blavatnik is one of the funders. Like, this is how fucking connected all this shit is, okay? I'm like Charlie from It's Always Sunny with my web of connections. Len Blavatnik is a Russian oligarch who is also one of the funders of the group Creative Community for Peace, a group that is dedicated to Israel's winning on the publicity and propaganda front. They are the group that is behind the smear campaign of films such as Voice of Hin Rajab and No Other Land. They are the group that has targeted, one of the groups that has targeted Miss Rachel, Hannah Einbinder, Mark Ruffalo, other celebrities and popular internet figures who have been critical of Israel. That is the Creative Community for Peace group that calls themselves an apolitical organization that is comprised of a lot of very powerful people in Hollywood, a lot of top executives, a lot of A-list talent. They don't have a list of all their members because they know that what they're doing, if people can directly connect, like, it's just for a group that claims to be apolitical, why don't they have their members all loudly and proudly listed? They are also the group that put forth the letter in response to the letter that was signed by thousands of pro-Palestinian creatives that was a call to boycott Israeli cultural institutions that are directly working with the government and therefore helping to facilitate and benefiting from genocide. So when that letter was signed by thousands and thousands of creatives, including some of the biggest A-listers globally, then there was a counter letter, and it was signed by the usual suspects, and that was put together by Creative Community for Peace, which is, again, a group that Len Blavatnik has held fundraisers for. Len Blavatnik, as well as Casey Wasserman, another guy connected to Epstein, who has had to step away from the Wasserman Group because of his relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. Casey Wasserman, a guy who has had fundraisers for Creative Community for Peace, connected to Epstein and Maxwell, very, very powerful person in the industry. So, in the recording, the digital strategist tells Nathan to claim that Ghost provides billionaire Len Blavatnik, who is the owner of Ghost's production company, AI Film, with sex workers. So basically what we need to do is we need to create a path where we expose Amanda Ghost. Amanda Ghost is like the new Heidi Fleiss. Like, she masquerades as the reason why she sucks so bad at music is because she's actually getting hookers for Blavatnik. That's what she does. He adds, I think you, me, and Brian, and maybe Katie, since she'll write this thing, what we have to do is connect Amanda Ghost with Blavatnik. The now deleted site, which was titled Amanda Ghost is a Destroyer of Worlds, represents itself as being written by a whistleblower. It stated in part, failing in music, she turned full pimp, reinventing herself as a theatrical producer alongside her husband while really procuring young women for the pleasure of the extremely wealthy. A comparison of the document Camp Sugar allegedly sent to TAG shows identical language, including a phrase that refers to Ghost as the Indian Ghislaine Maxwell, and an allegation that she is notorious for withholding artists' work from release. Fucking disgusting. This is so vile because they completely made it up, but also because they are trying to associate Amanda Ghost with real sex traffickers. They are hoping that someone sees the Indian Ghislaine Maxwell and goes, oh, well, I definitely believe this. And as I said, too, one concern I had reading this story was that now there is such clear evidence that this was all faked. This was all manufactured and made up. So are people going to be like, well, now I don't know what to believe about anything ever, which is already an issue. This is already a growing problem that the public experiences, which is more and more, they don't believe the news. They don't believe even their own ability to know what is true or not. And that was a strategy of releasing the Epstein, the latest batch of Epstein files all at once because it was overwhelming. It overwhelmed people. It's continued to overwhelm people. They don't know. They don't know what is true and what is not true. And they give up. I mean, so many people I've talked to have said that. So many people in my life have said, I just don't know. I don't even know what to make of any of this stuff. It's all so much. I will start reading about things and then there's just so much more. And I just don't know, like, who is the extent of who is responsible for what. Oh my God. In a deposition, Case said she made cosmetic changes to the copy allegedly drafted by Camp Sugar and included the specific language that had been requested by Jed in the voice note and Melissa via text. She wasn't presented with evidence corroborating the claims and wasn't aware of anyone at the firm who researched the accusations, according to the court document. I knew very little about her from cursory searches when we had first taken Rebel on. There were articles about her being a bit of an insidious figure in the music industry, but I didn't know how much past what I could find, but I didn't know much past what I could find available online. At one point, Wilson demanded her public relations team to distribute adversarial coverage of Ghost, chairwoman of Blavatnik's AI Film, as the feud worsened, according to a court filing citing a message from the actress. You were supposed to get the negative information out about Ghost and have failed to do that. Kay said in her deposition that she wasn't taken aback by Wilson's instruction, explaining that that's the way these things work and that it can somewhat be a tit-for-tat situation. This case has been steadily escalating since the Deb producers Ghost, Gregor Cameron, and Vince Holden in 2024 sued Wilson for defamation after she accused them of sexual harassment and embezzlement. Oh my God. A countersuit from Wilson, multiple public statements from the lead actress of the movie denying claims that she was harassed, and a lawsuit from the film's production company alleging that the Pitch Perfect star blocked a distribution deal followed. An inflection point came last year when Discovery and the It Ends With Us legal battle unearthed communications laying the groundwork for a new defamation claim against Wilson over the alleged smear sites. Tag has been an ongoing business partner of Friedman and his law firm. In the past decade, he's become one of the entertainment industry's most visible litigators, a regular presence in the media as a self-styled pit bull advocate for clients ranging from Kevin Spacey and Chris Cuomo to Diplo and Megyn Kelly, all horrible people. Herself, a former lawyer who's vouched for her counsel by explaining once he's on board for you, he'll kill for you. Friedman told Hollywood Reporter in 2024, if you fuck with my client, you get what you get. And the reason that these PR firms are so sought after, and we see time and time again in these legal cases that usually involve sexual harassment and abuse, and we see these same names pop up, is because reputation is everything. Reputation is everything. So there is a ton of value and a ton of influence in what the public thinks. And we can thank Johnny Depp and we can thank the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case for making this even more of a reality because of the influence that the public had, not just on the actual lawsuit, not just on the actual court case, but on everything. The way that everything we're talking about here is just basically the continuation of the playbook that was deployed then, and the way now that influencers and bot farms and the court of public opinion and these smear campaigns and all of this works to control the narrative and the outcome for one side. That is how Asmongold is where he is now. Yeah, Asmongold blew up during the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial because he was covering it every day. By covering it, I mean just making a mockery out of Amber Heard, turning it into sloptainment. And that was the first taste that he got of, oh, I can really lean into this and will be rewarded for it by numbers that I have never achieved before. Yep. If he did not have the enormous success that he had during that trial, he would not be doing what he is doing right now. He realized that he can farm views out of it. Mm-hmm. And it's all about just being extremely mocking and crude. And in that case, unfortunately, the majority of the opinion, and what was repeated too by people across the political spectrum, was very antagonistic and against Amber Heard. And it just distorted everything. It has led to such disastrous consequences for victims of abuse, for these legal cases, how effective smear campaigns are and why they are used all the time. In Hollywood Reporter's February investigation, ghost lawyer Vasquez explained that any litigator's involvement in commissioning such smear sites would constitute a profound abuse of power and a betrayal of the lawyer's role in the justice system. She added, secretly engineering false or misleading narratives to intimidate, discredit, or pressure an opponent crosses the line from zealous advocacy into misconduct. When a professionally orchestrated smear campaign is weaponized in litigation, it distorts the legal process itself by polluting the fact-finding mission, influencing witnesses and the public, and attempting to win through reputational harm rather than evidence and law. Yeah, that's the thing. If you don't have the evidence on your side, you can get the public on your side. You can influence the case still by operating through really effectively orchestrated smear campaigns. Until the It Ends With Us saga points a Klieg light at him, Wallace had been an under-the-radar Hollywood operator with a scant online footprint of his own. The digital fixer who lives outside Austin has been compared to the shadowy entertainment industry problem solver of Showtime's Ray Donovan. Friedman, his longtime associate, has previously lauded his resourcefulness. Lively's legal team has described Wallace's work in court as specializing in high-profile and high-net-worth clients, for whom he executes confidential and untraceable campaigns across various social media platforms, well, not that untraceable, including TikTok, Instagram, Reddit, and X, to shape public perception of his clients and their adversaries, and to perpetuate those perceptions by, among other things, creating social media accounts with inauthentic users. Wallace has denied this, and his own attorney instead characterizes his business as being a crisis mitigation firm engaged by clients to help navigate real-life human crisis, threats, trauma, and mental health concerns. It helps primarily families and individuals when they find themselves unjustly attacked, extorted, doxxed, swatted, scammed, or need help navigating through the most frightening situations. Yep. All right. So if people do not understand by now that if there is a case involving celebrities, if there is, maybe there's beef, or it's gone as far as it being a legal battle, or it's not yet a legal battle, but it's headed that way, you need to understand this world and how it works. And people like Melissa Nathan, the Agency Group, Jed Wallace, their expertise is in salvaging their client's reputation by damaging their opponents. And oftentimes nowadays, that is through these inorganic, manufactured smear campaigns using social media sites that are heavily populated. And they are reliant on people being stupid and continuing to fall for shit and to kind of fulfill their confirmation biases to fall for something because it's what they are inclined to believe already. There's a lot of law students focusing on this niche field. I mean, we're just seeing it more and more because of how effective it is. I mean, honestly, I have to say, one of the few times that I have seen this happen to a man is when it happened to Hassan over the dog, the Shockgate, Collargate. The way that so many of those tweets looked the exact same, and that clearly it was clearly it was a smear campaign. I mean, it was so, I still look back and go, how did anybody stay sane in that entire situation? It was so fucking ridiculous. But yeah, usually with these mass smear campaigns, it typically involves, well, at least the ones that I usually cover are celebrities in Hollywood. It's usually smears that are directly affecting women, because they are usually women who have alleged abuse. Humiliating how many leftists fell for it. Yeah, well, it's probably the same leftists who would, who fall for these other things. They're not even paying attention to the fact that they are falling for this stuff over and over again, and they are the type of people that these PR firms are relying on. Like they're behaving in the way that they are supposed to. They've all stopped chirping since Iran hit Israel's data center. I saw that. Was that real? Like, did that actually have... I don't know. I saw some people say that the number of bots in their comments had been severely reduced. I don't know. I didn't look into it much more, but it's annoying seeing literally any mention of Hassan. I mean, if I post anything, I still get Hassan shocked Kaya comments, like for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. And it's the same thing where, if Amber Heard or Blake Lively or any of these celebrities who I've talked about a lot post anything, it's always still. It's constant. Definitely feels like a massive reduction in Hotspur's bots across Reddit and Twitter. Yeah, I will say that I don't get the the clear Israel AI bots like I used to. I mean, that shit used to pop up under every single tweet. There were so many of them. And the way people double down even after we find out how those firms did it. Yes. Yeah. That's the thing. If the people who initially kicked off the Collargate smear campaign were to come out and say, yeah, we just exaggerated. It's like we just made stuff up. If they were to provide their own evidence that it were inorganically manufactured and then it went fucking global, people still wouldn't care. It wouldn't make a difference for a lot of people. It doesn't matter. I'm guessing because they're predisposed to disliking. Yes, it's confirmation bias. It's tapping into how you already feel. So this is what I mean when I say the inorganic and organic elements that both work in a smear campaign, that work hand in hand. So these groups like the agency group, like TAG, will use bots. They will pay influencers. They will do things that are inorganic, that is thoroughly manufactured. They will suppress posts on Reddit and amplify others. But what they also rely upon are existing cultural bigotries. So in Hassan's case, there are a lot of people who hate him, but also he's a Muslim man. And so a lot of people who are Islamophobic who will happily jump in on a smear campaign against him because it is tapping into their already existing bigotry. And the same thing with Blake Lively and Amber Heard and Meg and women especially then with Meg and others who are Black women, then they're pulling from people's already existing hatred of women. And the thing is, too, I had people in my own life who went, "Well, what the hell is this with Collargate?" And that was because what they overwhelmingly saw in going to places like Reddit or Twitter, they overwhelmingly saw one side. They saw the narrative that was being pushed by everyone from right-wing psychopaths like Laura Loomer to members of Congress to users on Reddit. All right, let's talk about this, and then I think I'll get to Asuka's stuff. Yeah, the vice president. The vice president. It's also the Nick Shirley shit all inorganically pushed too. Yes, but what that's tapping into is existing moral panic. It's basically like the satanic panic of the 80s, right? Every decade has a different version of the moral panic of specifically satanic panic. So it's manufactured. It's manufactured to drive that outrage, but it is tapping into existing bigotries and anxieties and fears. Okay, so Dark Money Group offers influencers $1,500 for posts attacking Chicago Democratic primary candidate. The Illinois primaries are coming up on March 17th. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, who is running for Illinois' 9th congressional district. And in this final week, in this crunch time before the election on Tuesday, there has been spending from pro-Israel groups, from AIPAC. There's been spending from this group called Democracy Unmuted. And they are a secretive political organization, aka Dark Money. And they reached out to Amanda Informed, who's an online influencer in Florida. She received an email with an offer. One negative post about candidate Kat Abu-Ghazaleh on Instagram and TikTok, and we will pay you $1,500. This was forwarded to her by Matt Anthus, who is the founder of Advocators, a digital marketing agency focused on politics and advocacy through micro-influencers. The job offer reviewed by MS Now came with a brief explaining how the group wanted Amanda, who declined to give her real name, citing privacy concerns, to post for her roughly 100,000 followers. Democracy Unmuted explained that it wanted creators to engage voters and encourage them to look past viral personalities and ask real questions about who is running and why. The suggested talking points were all focused on Abu-Ghazaleh, the youngest candidate and a former journalist for the left-leaning website Media Matters. The offer called for influencers to highlight more than one of Abu-Ghazaleh's alleged shortcomings. She was inexperienced, came from a wealthy family, may live with her partner in a different neighborhood, and is too new to the area to serve. Kat's campaign appears designed for attention rather than impact. Asked her comment about Democracy Unmuted's attack campaign on Friday, Abu-Ghazaleh shared a statement saying the material were filled with false and defamatory claims about Kat's background and campaign. Voters deserve to know who's paying for political influence campaigns like this and whether any campaigns or outside groups are coordinating behind the scenes. Fob Gill, thank you for the prime. We welcome full investigative scrutiny of the entities involved and the sources of their funding. Amanda declined the job. The money didn't feel right coming from someone who's not disclosing where the money is coming from. Here's the other thing too. As a political commentator, the second that you take money that is to directly influence who you are promoting and who you are not, you are compromised. You are compromised. Last year during the, or not last year, 2024, during the presidential election, I had so many offers. I got so many offers to be paid to go promote Kamala Harris or whatever other Dems. And I turned every single one down because in any type of, in anything that is that high stakes, you know, it's not the same thing as me being paid to play a video game or me being paid for, you know, whatever other sponsor. That's not me promoting a political candidate or party and making it seem as if this is how I authentically feel. That's your credibility. And that credibility goes out the window when you start taking those checks. Get that bag, sis? No, it's not getting the bag. Do you know how many bags I turned down? Do you know my poor team that's like, Jesus Christ, we lose out on so many opportunities because of things you say online. And then when political stuff comes along, I'm like, nope. And my team gets it. They're not like forcing me to do anything, to be clear. I have an amazing team. But it's funny because I am somebody who is in a commentator position, but turns down any type of sponsor that is promoting a political candidate or party. Cutie McBooty, thank you for that dark money. Anyone you would like me to promote? Kamala Harris, 2028. Look, I'm an open book now, okay? I'm an open book. You give me subs. Who do you want me to? Hillary Clinton? You want to do Hills again? It's her time. I'm with her. Her story. I am girl bossed up, baby. We're always here to support you. I know. Y'all are what allow me to do what I do. And so anyway, back to this bullshit. This is the problem when Taylor wrote that investigative piece through Wired about Chorus and that money there. And one of the things that is a glaring issue is that when you are being paid, especially when it is through dark money, you are compromised. You are not an independent commentator. You have lost your credibility. It's like, you know what? If someone's going to promote, all right, if you're going to promote Kamala Harris, for instance, it better be because you actually believe in Kamala Harris and not because you're being influenced due to where your money is coming from and where also then your access is coming from. For a lot of people too, it's not just money, it's also access. That dark brand and money. Here's my prime. Please promote my kitty cat. Name's Bunny. Shouts out to Bunny. Bunny for president. Arathena, thank you for the 6 months. Euphoric, thank you for the 23 months. Designer Dragon, thank you for the prime. If you promote stocks, now you divulge if you own any, but not for politics. Right. I want to make sure. So Amanda said, I want to make sure it's coming from a source that's not doing nefarious things like interfering with elections. The race to replace Illinois retiring Representative Jan Schakowsky has drawn a staggering 15 Democratic candidates and become one of the most watched and most expensive primaries in the country. Yeah, this is a big one. You have Daniel Biss, Evanston Mayor, you have State Senator Laura Fine, you have Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. Millions of dollars have been raised for these campaigns. Dark money special interest groups, including AIPAC-backed committees, have poured millions more into the race. Kat has actually caught up. I think the last poll I saw, she was trailing by 3. In response to calls for comment, a BIS spokesperson said his campaign had been subject to dark money attacks too, more than any other candidate in Illinois. I'm sorry, I just don't believe that. I'm sorry. I simply don't believe that Daniel Biss, who's more of a comfortable establishment candidate, has been subjected to more dark money attacks than any other candidate in Illinois. Really? Yeah. Me too. And also way more. Anyway. It's unclear who paid for the campaign targeting Abu Ghazaleh. Anthus said in his email to Amanda that Democracy Unmuted was not an official org yet, and while he couldn't disclose the funders, he said they were individuals from the Illinois area who have served in the highest offices and been at top of their game in the media. Their website, which was registered 2 weeks ago, seems to be a slapdash effort at a political advocacy website. And here's the thing too, okay? If you take money, and look, sometimes there may be an instance where somebody is actually is like, it's not necessarily that every instance of being paid for your political work is like just point blank bad, but it's also when it's not disclosed. And that was one of her main points in the piece that she wrote, is that money was not being disclosed, that the creators, the political influencers who were being paid via this dark money group were not disclosing that. And you cannot do that. Like, you should not do that. Why do you think all those fake ass Dems got mad about that article she wrote? Because it exposed them. Because the jig was up. They're like, oh shit, if my audience sees this, then they're going to start questioning whether I actually believe something or I'm being paid to say exactly what I'm saying. You need to have transparency. It's why you have to do #ad, #sponsored when you have a sponsor. You know, if I'm playing a video game, I'm being paid for it, I have to disclose that it is a sponsor. #ad. Do the right thing, says huge text laid over stock images of protesters on its website. Stand up, speak out, protect what's left of democracy, and forge a better future together. A link to sign up now points to an online form, but filling it out triggers no additional communication. A search of Federal Election Commission records returned no filings for Democracy Unmuted, and the group is not listed in Illinois business records filed with the Secretary of State. Dark money groups have grown to exercise tremendous influence, said Abigail Bellows, Senior Policy Director for Anti-Corruption and Accountability at Common Cause, which is a nonpartisan government watchdog group. With a lot of these competitive races, these groups can spring up overnight. These dark money groups use these shadowy vehicles for political participation that really undercuts voters. It just breeds distrust. The campaign was being executed by the digital marketing agency Upstart Factory, which lists Anthus as its founder. Anthus's other marketing agency advocators list the American Heart Association and the United Nations among its past clients. Reached for comment Friday morning, Anthus said, "We don't comment on or disclose the identity of our clients." Oh, okay. Then no worries. What we can tell you is that all our dealings and practices are fully compliant with FEC rules and regulations, including those at our creative agency partner, Upstart Factory. It's unclear how many creators were ultimately part of the Democracy Unmuted campaign. MS Now found several recent creator videos that seem to follow the Democracy Unmuted brief targeting Abu Ghazaleh. One is from Justin Kraleman, a Missouri creator who posts about progressive politics and who recited whole sentences from the Democracy Unmuted brief. He is the guy known as Woke Ginger. This guy, he literally wears hats that say woke, in case you forgot, in case you weren't sure. And here is...
Let's talk about Illinois District 9, because if you live in Rogers Park, Evanston, Skokie, or Glenview, your vote and the primary on March 17th will determine who represents you in Congress. And get this, there are 16 candidates running to replace Jan Schakowsky at the end of her term as she retires. So it's important to look past viral personalities and ask, who is running?
That is straight up the script. Straight up.
And why? For instance, one candidate, Kat Abagazela, shared.
And it's funny too because he doesn't even pronounce her name correctly, which further indicates that he is literally reading off a script. This is not an election that he has looked into. He is not making this video of his own unpaid accord. Abagazela.
In one of her mailers that she grew up in a middle-income family in a modest home. Her home was worth $9 million and her family owns oil wells.
I'm sorry. It also sounds scripted, man. I know that sometimes people have different formats of making short videos. All right. I get that there's kind of sometimes this natural roboticism, but this is straight up reading from a script. And it sounds like it.
She also has shared that she has no legislative experience and she'll hire people to write laws for her if she's elected. Candidates like to drop populist ideas all the time in their campaigns. However, with this many candidates, it's important to look past the viral clips of the candidate pool. And
what does that even mean? You're not even saying anything of real substance. It's so clearly what was just dictated for you. It's important to look past viral clips. Remember, there are a lot of candidates, so you don't just want to look at viral clips. You need to look past viral clips.
To be clear, I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I'm here to tell you to research each and every one of these candidates to make sure that they're looking out for your interests and not just trying to build a brand. So, if you're in District 9 on March 17th, this is going to be your opportunity to select who will represent you and stand up to MAGA.
$1,500 later, and that's what you get. Like, it's so low effort, too. So, Woke Ginger was not putting anything into that. That was just one and done. One and done. It's just social media posts. So, by the way, he posted on he posted in response to this because the story comes out and it's very clear that he is one of these creators who, I'll just say, seems like he was paid by this group for numerous reasons from having watched that video. And he has now removed his posts and put up a statement saying, let me just pull up the whole thing. Hold on. It's a little too late, buddy, because it's really obvious. Okay, he says, a message from the Woke Ginger. Tonight, I posted a piece of content about the primaries taking place in Illinois 9 on March 17th. Shortly after posting, I realized it did not meet the standards I've set for my platform, so I removed it. I want to be clear. I do not endorse candidates on my platform. My focus is on the larger issues and encouraging people to research, engage, and vote for the candidates that they believe will bring about meaningful change. My intent with the post was to encourage voters in the district to look into the unusually large pool of 16 candidates before heading to the polls. In my haste, I used one candidate as an example. Oh, it just so happened to be. It was just a coincidence that it happened to be Kat. That was not a balanced approach, nor was it appropriate to single out one candidate out of 16 without discussing them all. My goal is to... Also, the fact that Kat is, of all the candidates, the most internet savvy. That was her job before she ran for office. She's very good at social media. It has been a big part of her success. So it's just a coincidence that the one person you named was Kat in this script about looking past viral posts. Ain't none of these other candidates have had viral posts. Daniel Biss has not been going viral. Nor was it appropriate to single out one candidate without discussing them all. My goal is to stick to facts and remain balanced, and that post clearly did not meet those goals. My platform is still young, and I'm continuing to learn and grow, especially when discussing elections and candidates. I want to sincerely apologize to Kat Abou-Ghazaleh and wish her the best of luck in the upcoming primary. And this is an official statement from the woke ginger. Okay, and then there's a follow-up. Hold on. Thank you again for the grace many of you have shown. The first comment I go to. Don't lie to us. It's so obvious what happened, and your message is digging the hole deeper. Okay, so he says, thank you for the grace. I want to address another claim that started circulating in the comments. Someone alleged that I was paid $1,500 for that post. That is simply not true. As I mentioned in my earlier statement, the issue with the content was that it wasn't balanced. It should have included context about other candidates and broader controversies, such as the role of outside political money, including things like AIPAC donations. It didn't, and because it didn't meet the standards I hold for that platform, I chose to take it down. That decision was about integrity and accountability. Going forward, I'm going to continue focusing on what this platform has always been about, following the money, how it moves through corporations, politics, and the systems that affect our daily lives. I can't help but note, I mean, is this a situation like with Israel where they didn't pay out their influencers? And that's probably why some of them have stopped posting, because they didn't get what was promised to them 3,000 years ago. The $7,000 per post that was promised 3,000 years ago. I can't help but notice that some of the comments attacking my platform seem coordinated or driven by outside agendas, whether that's bots, MAGA trolls, or people with their own motives. But attempts to derail the conversation have never stopped me from doing this work, and they won't start now. Appreciate the people who engage in good faith and hold me to a high standard. That's exactly what keeps this platform strong. What I will say is I never heard of this motherfucker until this story. I didn't know the woke ginger. Am I a person who is a part of this coordinated outside agendic campaign? Because I only know of this guy having seen his posts now in relation to this dark money that is it's being used to attack Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. You don't know him because you are not woke or ginger enough. It's true. And just to go back again, this email that was sent to Amanda Informed said it wanted creators to engage voters. Like this was the brief. Okay, this is the brief for the post. It wanted creators to engage voters and encourage them to look past viral personalities and ask real questions about who is running and why. That is literally what woke ginger did in this post. And he better hope. Here's the thing. This guy should have no credibility. Okay. If you follow woke ginger, you should unwoke unginger. Okay. No, like this guy should have zero credibility now. Nobody should be listening to him. Already too, I'm sure he's one of these annoying ass like Democrat blue MAGA types. But anyway, he better hope that a money trail does not come out, because now he's doubling down and specifically saying that he was not paid. It could be that he just hasn't gotten the full payment on the $1,500, so he thinks he's being sneaky. He thinks he's, in saying I didn't get $1,500 for this, that he's somehow kind of, I don't know, being pedantic or whatever. maybe it was $1,000, depending on the reach. Maybe it was like $1,500 is the maximum if you hit X numbers. What bothered me is that leftist creators I like, such as Ariana Jasmine and Jessica Burmick, defended Kursk, but I think their defense was based on their dislike for Lorenz. Yeah, it was. which is unfortunate because in the leftist world, there are people who don't like other people. I kind of tend to stay away from, I stay away from all of that interpersonal drama. I don't even really know a lot of, I'm not even really in that world. But anyway, yeah, unfortunately, people took positions on the Wired reporting and the Chorus group based on their personal dislike of Taylor, which I'm sorry, but we shouldn't be operating that way. We should not be we should not be obscuring the truth or pretending that the truth is not the truth just because we don't like, if you don't like somebody who's reported on it because of whatever interpersonal issues you have. Need to prioritize policies and not personalities. Did Chorus ever reach out to you? I don't know. I mean, I've had other groups reach. I don't know. Maybe. The only chorus I know is singing chorus, is choir as we call it. Caroline doesn't check her email. No, it's that I don't know if like another group that reached out to me maybe would have had something to do with chorus. Like I don't remember receiving any. But I'm also like not I don't know. I'm not a person who I think would be in their kind of circle, I guess, in the club. I mean, I'm not even a political commentator. I'm a pop culture commentator, okay? I don't do politics. I do culture. They can't afford Caroline. It's true. I'm too expensive. I was like, $10,000? Come talk to me when it's 3 more zeros on that. I wish people would see the bigger picture and realize 99% of us are fighting for the right things, maybe have tactical disagreements, but we're all fighting for progress. Yeah, and I really think too, people need to do a better job of separating out who really is the enemy. And a lot of times, like what happens is, as I said, interpersonal issues will take priority. Ego becomes too big. You have to remember that with a lot of people in the political world, they're still influencers, they're still like, it's a personality thing. It's sometimes I think if you are a content creator / influencer / personality, whatever, in the world of political commentary, you have to be checking yourself constantly. You need to be always pulling yourself up short, checking your ego, checking your intentions, checking your priorities. I don't click record for more than 10K. Who is the enemy? The enemy are those who support a rule by the wealthy, those who support corporations and billionaires being in control of our politics. Not a rule by the people, but a rule of the richest, the most powerful, because of how the system has been designed to benefit them over and over and over again. You always have to be with the people. And if you're not with the people, if you're not with us, then you're against us, right? That's how it works. If you're not with us, then you're against us. If you are continuing to advocate for a status quo or It's like the spectrum of status quo to just the worst version of fascism. You're not with the people. Yay. What sucks is that Elizabeth Warren just endorsed BIS, and that means AOC and Bernie will not. Oh, Elizabeth Warren. Oh, Elizabeth Warren. This person is obsessed with Kat and has posted nonstop about her, was linked to that dark money to Liza Minnelli. Who the fuck is Liza Minnelli? And how dare you think that you can have a play on Liza Minnelli's name? Liza Minnelli? And the reason that this is such ass, this is so shitty, not just because we need to be getting dark money out of politics, we need to be getting the influence that lobbying has, that these that these muddied interests have. It means that we can't advance. We can't truly progress because so many politicians and pundits and people who work in politics are captured by that money, but also because this deteriorates people's trust. People will check out of the political process. They will. If it feels like, oh, everyone's just a fucking grifter. Everyone is just a liar. Everyone is just getting paid however they can. They don't have true morals. They don't have consistent principles that they are abiding by. You know, when it comes to, it's like how many times you see some content creator that you like, and it turns out that they're a piece of shit, and you kind of go, damn, are all content creators just shitty people? Do all of them just suck to a certain degree? Like, damn, it feels as if I can't trust anybody in this world to not be, at the end of the day, a piece of shit grifter. And as I said, you know, you have to remember that okay. Validation is something that is a natural, it's a natural human feeling, okay? Whether you're an internet personality creator or not. And we all have ego. It's just differences in how that ego manifests and sides of ego. When you have put yourself in a forward-facing position as somebody to be listened to, as a thought leader, as a person to that other people should give their time and money, and choose you need to be on your P's and Q's, and you need to make sure that the validation, the elements of validation and ego and these things that make us human, that you keep in check, that you're not getting your priorities twisted. You know? It's also funny that these hypocrisy campaigns never get right what people care about. They do the overplayed rich socialists, but lefters actually go crazy for Taiwan. I know, that's funny. It's like the criticisms of Kat being nothing to do with, like, of her policies, being nothing to do with what this group is pushing, because that's coming from the left, right? Like the policy criticisms being mostly what I've seen with leftists. And so this group is like, no. Their goal is to smear her as a person, to say, oh, she's a phony. She comes from money. Don't be bamboozled by her having a snazzy social media presence. This is separate from the drop site. Yeah, this is a totally separate thing from when she was getting dinged on her positions. It's to totally, like, this is designed as a smear campaign to completely delegitimize her, to completely devalue her as a candidate and as a person, to say you cannot trust this person. It's not getting into like the nitty gritty on any of her politics. It's no wonder that when the DNC was in Chicago, Chicagoans protested it. Maybe Warren still feels sad. God, I can't believe that I supported her once upon a time. Seeing her stand and clap as Donald Trump brags about what they're going to do in Iran. Seeing like so many times, I'll go, wow, Elizabeth Warren is great at what she's great at. And then turns around and is just like another neocon war hawk, more blood, more violence, more war. And then she'll also be like, this is an illegal war. I go, why the fuck are you clapping? Why are you clapping? Anyway, I also, just the last thing I want to say as far as progressive, leftist influencers and content creators go, I feel like a lot of times people spend too much time and energy going after one another. And again, as Katniss is told in Hunger Games, remember who the real enemy is. Remember. And I think sometimes like this is where the ego comes in. This is where the like, oh, you don't personally like this person, so now you're going to spend all this time, whatever, often over minor differences. Yeah. And I'm just like, is this really the most productive use of our time and energy? It's not the same thing as disagreeing on points. It's the way that it's always like a fucking battle. It's like, it's always that it needs to result in one winner and one loser, you know? There's a difference between holding each other accountable or policing each other that you don't like. Right. You can have disagreements. You can and that's good, right? Okay, that's perfectly fine and good. But it's when it just turns into, I don't know, it just turns into like this blood sport almost. And it kind of feels too that some people treat it as, well, if I can knock this person out, then I'll have a bigger audience, right? And this is where what are our priorities? And when we joke about, when we always go, look at my leftist dog, we're never getting out of this patriarchal capitalistic system. That's what we mean. The internet also plays a part. Sometimes people want to boost their numbers by farming outrage, but then they inadvertently help the enemy. Yeah. And I see a lot of times this drama playing out publicly. And another thing is I'm like, can we do this privately? Can we, like, that's the other check people need to have is why are we airing out this stuff publicly for everybody then to be involved on? I'm just really of the kind of consistent belief that most of the time interpersonal issues should not be handled in front of a public audience where people want people to take sides. And I don't mean like, okay, here's a prominent leftist who's been sexually harassing and abusing, you know what I mean? That person needs to be exposed. That person needs to be removed. And that's not, so that just to be clear, that's not what I'm talking about here. ego-driven activism. Yep, ego-driven activism. And the way that it works online is big. It is still like the bigger number, better person mentality, even when we're talking about political content creators. And it's just so often you see that it's very, very ego driven and the priorities are not where they should be. And I think that that's not good. It makes the movement look unserious when people are arguing over who had the right vibes about who. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. To Shoot and Screwed, thank you for the 19 months. To Fiend, thank you for the Prime. Angry Bullet, thank you for the 31 months. Oh, boy. All right, let's get to Oscars. Let me pull up my shit. I spent way longer on this than I thought I was going to, and there were some categories that I just felt very uninspired in. And some categories where I was like, wow, this would be a very easy decision if there were films and people nominated who weren't. My decision would be much easier here. All right, so I have my predictions and picks that I put together this afternoon. So let me take a look, and then I need the one from Discord. Hold on a second. Okay, alrighty. I think it's in the mod group chat. Have you officially seen every nomination? No. Once again, I fell off, as I do every year, but also they don't make it that easy to see them in the shorts categories. I have not checked all the boxes in live action short, animated short, best documentary short. People don't care about shorts, unfortunately. The Oscar, already Oscar voters don't even watch the best picture film nominees. They do not care about shorts. So that's kind of that's the bottom of the totem pole for me. And then animated, unless there are animated films that really are, it takes a lot for me to be up to date in the animated category. It's got to be a fucking banger. It's got to be like a really, really, really animated. It was not good this year, just based on what has dominated and of what I've seen. So I am not fully in on that category. You didn't watch Zootopia 2? I actually did watch Zootopia 2. I was high and I watched it. I haven't seen Little Amelie. And I haven't seen Arco. Okay. Let me pull up our beep, 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 beep. Here is the Oscars video for Best Picture nominees. And we'll be right back. Amco, thank you for the 3 months.
There are legends of people born with the gift of making music so true. It can pierce the veil between life and death.
And even though that old world is gone, you can still feel the echo of it.
Careful, boy. You're gonna bite off more than you can chew.
Okay.
Rise and shine.
3, 2, 1.
I have a purpose. It means I have an obligation to see a very specific thing through. And with that obligation comes sacrifice.
Just stick to the plan. And very soon, the world will see you as you truly are.
You're a good person.
If death is not to be, what recourse do you have but to live?
You know what freedom is? No fear.
Keep your heart open. It will all be but a brief moment.
Okay. Should I go through all of mine and then go through chats? What do we think? Wait, you should go to wait. You should show up unexpectedly at Hassan's house tomorrow. He's having voice of Hijab. Wait, who does he have? Does he have the director? Kauthar Ben Hania? Do chat then yours. Okay. Speaking of voice of Hind Rajab, one of the lead actors, Motaz Malhis, who plays a call center operator, is unable to come to the Oscars because of the travel ban on Palestine. And of course, the Academy has said nothing, just like they didn't say anything when Hamdan Bilal was tortured and kidnapped. And it wasn't until Mark Ruffalo and other A-listers called out the Academy's silence that they finally put out a statement. But yeah, it's fuck the Academy, man. You're not going to say anything publicly about the fact that someone who is in a film that's been nominated for an Oscar is unable to attend because they are Palestinian and there is a travel ban on Palestine. He's not allowed to enter the United States because of his Palestinian citizenship. That is absurd. It's despicable. He says, it hurts, but here's the truth. You can block a passport. You cannot block a voice. I am Palestinian and I stand with pride and dignity. My spirit will be with the voice of Hind Rajab that night. Good luck to you all. Our story is bigger than any barrier and it will be heard. Yeah, I just can't. It's ridiculous. I would say we go by each category and cover chat's prediction. Okay. All right. So shouts out to Dune Shadow for putting this together. These are the 2026 Quantarage Oscar predictions. It's me, Martin Scorsese. Cinema, baby. Okay. Let's actually, how many slides? It's 32 slides. Well, I can probably go through this quickly because it's not. It's just me looking at it's just me reading off what everyone's saying. Okay. So, starting with production design, we have Sinners as the majority pick from chat, from everybody who submitted, which I'm sure is every single person in this community. Every single person who submitted their predictions and their picks. And the majority of y'all picked Sinners, followed by Frankenstein, followed by Hamnet. Okay. What you think is going to happen is that Frankenstein is going to win overwhelmingly. Y'all have picked Frankenstein. And followed by Sinners, One Battle After Another. Sinners, Hamnet, One Battle After Another, and Marty Supreme. Leftist turnout. I actually disagreed with y'all here. I disagreed. Okay. Best original song. For a second, I read that as Dear Me from Diane Warren, Relentless. I was like, oh, my community wants Diane. Wow. What's happened here? Okay. Overwhelmingly, we have I Lied to You from Sinners with 68.9%, followed by Golden from K-Pop Demon Hunters, and then Dear Me from Diane Warren, Relentless. These are chat's picks. Chat thinks it's going to be Golden from K-Pop Demon Hunters. Duh. That song has run away with everything. Followed by I Lied to You from Sinners, and then Dear Me from Diane Warren, Relentless. Sorry, Diane. Best original score. We have Ludwig Göransson potentially winning his third Oscar for Sinners. Overwhelmingly, this is what chat has picked. Followed by Begonia. Oh, okay, Begonia. And then One Battle After Another. And then Hamnet. So we got some Begonia. We got some Begonia fans in here. You know what? Honestly, this was a tough category for me. And ultimately, I am such a sucker for blues music. If it's not clear how much I loved the score from Sinners and how much I loved I Lied to You. But I went through and I was re-listening to all the nominees, and honestly, Johnny Greenwood fucking cooked with One Battle. Begonia was amazing. It's a good category. I had a lot of appreciation, where this is one that I'm not necessarily like, if Sinners doesn't win, then I'm gonna freak the fuck out. Okay, best documentary feature film. Chat wants The Perfect Neighbor, which I actually watched last week. Perfect Neighbor, this one's close. Followed by Come See Me in the Good Light, which is Tig Notaro's film about Andrea Gibson. And then Perfect Neighbor, followed by Alabama Solution, followed by Come See Me in the Good Light, then Cutting Through Rocks, and then Mr. Nobody Against Putin. Chat thinks it is going to be The Perfect Neighbor. I think so as well. And then Come See Me in the Good Light, and then Alabama Solution, Mr. Nobody Against Putin, and Cutting Through Rocks. I think Perfect Neighbor is the only one that's really gotten mainstream. Like I've seen talked about. I think too, its usage of body cam footage, it taking a look at stand your ground laws and the racial bias that is baked into those. It's also on Netflix, so I just think it was just a lot more accessible. Melania's not nominated. No, can you believe that? Can you believe that? They do love Russian dogs. I don't think enough people watch Mr. Nobody Against Putin. I really don't. I think here's the thing you have to think about. You have to think about, which of these films have people even seen in the Academy? Most likely, if they've seen one of these, it's Perfect Neighbor. And the way it goes is that if you've seen one, same with politics, if you've seen one candidate's name and you have never seen any of the other candidates' names, you're probably going to vote for that person. Like if you're going down your list, if you're going down your ballot and you go, I don't know any of these people's names, but there's one person you recognize because you saw a mailer, because they just spent enough money. Sometimes it comes down to that. So when I look at this, I go, I can't imagine this is a category that people in the Academy have watched all 5 films of. Accounting for the people who are just pretending to watch any of these, they're going to read the Putin synopsis and go, I'm against that. And I bet that's not. I just think, though, that there are there are a lot of people who have seen The Perfect Neighbor. It's Perfect Neighbor is the only one I've seen, and you are the average Academy voter. I understand what you're saying, but I gotta be honest, I don't think people really care about Russia as much as they did. You know what I mean? If this were a couple years ago, but I just don't think this has the, I know it sounds fucked up to say, but I just don't think that this has the kind of automatic somebody just simply seeing that this has Putin in the title or reading a synopsis. Yeah. All right. So documentary feature, I mean, kind of overall a year where there just wasn't a lot of noise around it because I think so much of the conversation was One Battle versus Sinners in Best Picture. So not a lot of noise in general. Best animated feature film. Y'all picked K-pop Demon Hunters. And then Little Amelie, Zootopia 2, Elio, and Arco. You know what? Fuck Elio though for removing the gay story, the gay part of it. Classic Disney. I have heard Little Amelie is good, so I do want to watch that. Yeah, the gay erasure in Elio. Okay, and then chat thinks it's overwhelmingly going to be K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah, I mean, there's no competition. There ain't no question about it. Best international feature film. So this is a really hard category. This is a really tough one. So you guys picked Voice of Hin Rajab. So Sarat 2.5%. Voice of Hin Rajab, followed by Sentimental Value, followed by Secret Agent, followed by It Was Just an Accident, followed by Sarat. This is really hard because obviously Voice of Hin Rajab is a very important piece of witness cinema. And I think it gets complicated when you're picking when the title is best international feature film, because there's the moral imperative, of course. There is the element of films that are fiction and films that are fiction. But obviously, all these, beside Sentimental Value, are political in nature. They are drawing from real serious political events and eras. But then some of them that feel even less fiction. I don't know. It was really hard. This was just really hard this year. I ended up going with Secret Agent because Secret Agent I felt I would pick for Best Picture, and because Secret Agent is not going to win Best Picture, it's just simply not going to overcome the Sinners in One Battle behemoth. I picked it for international feature, which was tough because I also loved It Was Just an Accident, and I think that was a film of great great importance for this moment, and just everything surrounding Jafar Panahi and that film. Picked it to win or no, my prediction is Sentimental Value. I think Sentimental Value has more broad appeal. It's the easiest pick for the Academy. It also has other nominations, which helps. I don't think more people have even seen any films in this category over Sentimental Value. It has more significant nominations and wins. So this is the film, in my opinion, that's going to win. I don't know, but I had feelings for I just had different feelings for It Was Just an Accident, The Secret Agent, and Voice of Hin Rajab. I have not seen Surat. I am going to try to see it again tomorrow. My final attempt to see this before the Oscars on Sunday. You know what was funny? The reason, too, that I'm like, I really need to see Surat is I saw a lot of people talking specifically about the sound editing for Surat. And I was trying to decide my pick in that category, and I went, well, shit. Now I really feel like I have to see this film specifically for this category. You had an hour-long discussion about it in Discord the other week. That makes me proud. Okay. Chat thinks that y'all think Secret Agent's gonna win? Really? Okay. You have Secret Agent and then Sentimental Value and then Voice of Hin Rajab and then It Was Just an Accident. And Surat is that little tiny sliver there. You guys really think Secret Agent's gonna win? He's been hustling. I know, but I gotta be honest. This comes down to me going, there is simply no way that enough people have seen The Secret Agent to vote for it over Sentimental Value. And Secret Agent, you have to be committed to. You have to be committed to, because it takes a minute to really get into things. And I just don't believe that even if Academy members watch this film, that they watched it past, that they probably pulled a Dave Portnoy. They probably pulled a Dave Portnoy, 28 minutes in, went, eh. And here's the thing. Stellan Skarsgård is still in the running for, I mean, they're all in the running, but Stellan Skarsgård could still win the Best Actor Oscar. No, I think it's going to be Sean Penn, or Best Supporting. But him winning that also helps Sentimental Value. And there could be the thinking too, Sentimental Value won't win Best Picture, and so people are going to be voting for it in international feature. Anyway. Best Cinematography, chat wants Sinners. Autumn Durald Arkapaw, who would be the first Black female cinematographer, maybe just Black cinematographer to win. I can't remember. It'd be historic. And then y'all went with One Battle, then Frankenstein, Train Dreams, Marty Supreme. But chat thinks it's gonna be One Battle, followed by Sinners, followed by Frankenstein. The reason that I think cinematography and editing will go to One Battle is because I think One Battle is going to win Best Picture. And those are usually pretty wrapped up in one another. But if we get to, here's the thing. Also, One Battle has won so many awards. If we get to cinematography and or editing and Sinners wins, I mean, we'll be able to tell early on the night too, because it starts off with Best Supporting Actress, so that will start to give an indicator. But that feels like a pretty sure sign that Sinners then would win Best Picture. Anyway, Best Adapted Screenplay, chat wants Begonia. Yeah, you know what? Wait, did I ever end up filling? This might be the one that I didn't end up filling out. I went, this was really hard for me because, okay, whatever. We'll get to my thing when I go over mine. Y'all are going for Begonia, then One Battle, then Frankenstein, then Hamnet, then Train Dreams. But you think it's going to be One Battle, followed by Hamnet, Begonia, Frankenstein, Train Dreams. Best original screenplay. Chat wants Sinners, followed by Sentimental Value, followed by It Was Just an Accident. Chat thinks it's going to be Sinners, and then followed by Marty Supreme, Sentimental Value, Blue Moon. Oh, poor Blue Moon, man. Ethan Hawke is really fantastic in that. As is why can't I think of his name? Andrew Scott. I thought Andrew Scott gave a really, really great supporting performance in that as well. Ethan Hawke, Best Actor upset would be so funny. You know, here's the thing. People would go, what the hell? Ethan Hawke? But he's really, really good. He's really, really good. And it is a film that it's all him. Okay. It's a very talky film. It's Richard Linklater. The script was originally just monologues. And that film is not anything without Ethan Hawke's performance in it. So it'd be funny because it would be a huge upset if Ethan Hawke comes in, beats both Michael B and Timmy C. But he's fabulous. He really is. And he doesn't have an acting Oscar. I don't know if does he even have does Ethan Hawke have an Oscar? This was his first acting. This was even his first acting nomination. Wow. Leo's gonna win. That would be funny too. I don't think it. I think Ethan Hawke has actually a better chance. I think Leo is in last place to win. We'll get to mine. Okay. Best Supporting Actor. Chat wants Delroy Lindo. Justice for Delroy Lindo. This would be this would be the Oscar that he gets because he was fantastic, but also because he is long overdue for recognition. And then y'all have Stellan Skarsgård, followed by Benicio del Toro, Jacob Elordi, and Sean Penn. Oh my God, that's so funny because Sean Penn is probably going to win this, and you guys have him in last place for what you want. Chat thinks Stellan Skarsgård is going to win. Okay, Papa Skarsgård. Followed by Sean Penn, and then Benicio, and then Jacob, and Delroy in last place. Best Supporting Actress. Chat wants Wunmi Mosaku from Sinners, which would be it would be unexpected, even though she and Sinners have been enjoying overall momentum. This would still be a surprise because Amy Madigan is predicted across the board to win this. And wow, we don't even have Tiana Taylor on here. Here's the thing, y'all. Best Supporting Actress comes right at the beginning of the night. So this will really set the tone for what is to come. And I bet you, depending on who wins, people are going to be scrambling. People are going to be scrambling online, reassessing what they have predicted the outcome to be. Like, imagine that Inga wins. And she gives such a beautiful performance in Sentimental Value. Imagine that if Tiana Taylor wins, it is over for Sinners, I think. If Amy Madigan wins, Sinners can still have a very good night. Best Supporting Actress, chat thinks Tiana Taylor is going to win. And then, wow, you guys have almost double Tiana over Amy Madigan, and then One Me, and then Elle Fanning. It's so interesting. I think of the two sentimental value nominees, Elle is in last place here. Okay, Best Actor, chat wants Michael B. Jordan. Clear, you know what? This is actually a sign that I have more influencing to do. I have not reached my heights of influencing because y'all have Wagner Moura in second place. It's fine. You get to have your opinions. You get to have your beliefs. But if anyone tries to claim that this community just goes along with everything that I say, we can point to this being evidence that is not true. All right. And then y'all have Timmy and then Leo. Chat thinks it's going to be Timmy Chalamet for Marty Supreme, beating out Michael B. Jordan. So y'all are ignoring the rush that has come in the last couple days. So many of the trades, so many Oscar analysts and people in the prediction game who very, very much feel there is no doubt Michael B. Jordan is winning. He is right now, like in the last week on Gold Derby and these other prediction sites, it has completely flipped. Everyone is saying Michael B. I just I think this will be very interesting, is what I have to say. The outcome of Best Actor race is going to be really interesting because if Michael B. doesn't win, I think that's a clear sign that a lot of people just go wherever they see the wave moving. And that includes people whose job it is to analyze and offer predictions and guesses that are independent of what they see other people saying. And I think too, people have greatly overestimated the turn against Timmy Chalamet. Anyway, it will be one of those that can it will be interesting. It will be interesting. Okay. Best Actress, chat wants Jessie Buckley for Hamnet, followed by Rose Byrne, If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, and then Emma Stone for Begonia, Renata Reinsve for Sentimental Value, and Kate Hudson, Song Sung Blue. I think another year Kate would have been in a better position. But this year was a total runaway with Jessie Buckley has just run away from the competition. Have you seen Song Sung Blue? I started watching it. The answer is no, because I haven't finished it. It felt, every time I go to watch this film, it feels like a chore. Like I'm not invested. And I'm like, that's not fair. That's not fair. I have to watch this film when I don't feel like I'm just trying to tick this off I'm trying to take a box, which it will probably still feel like that, even if I'm in a more menimal space. I'm like, okay. So I just don't, I want to be fair to Kate Hudson, basically. I don't want to be watching it and be like, fine, I don't want to watch this film. My wife and I love Song Sung Blue. I might watch it and go, you know what? I thought it was great. But sometimes when I'm watching too many things, then of course other shit that's not even. I will say this year it's the worst that I've been as far as being just completely dedicated to only watching Oscar nominated work before I do anything else. I watch stuff constantly, but I've been watching a lot of stuff that's not nominated. And anyway, from what I've heard, you just have to let it happen to you. You can't fight it. Oh, okay. Okay, Best Director. Chat wants Ryan Coogler for Sinners, followed by One Battle After Another, Paul Thomas Anderson, then Joachim Trier for Sentimental Value, and then Chloe Zhao, Hamnet. But y'all think it's going to be PTA finally getting his Oscar, followed by Ryan Coogler, Chloe Zhao, and Joachim Trier. And there is someone not on this list who should be on this list, and that's who my pick was. But they're not on the list. Best Picture, chat wants overwhelmingly 62.7%. Sinners, followed by One Battle, followed by Sentimental Value, followed by Frankenstein, followed by Hamnet, followed by a tie between Begonia and Secret Agent. No love for F1? F1, do not stay in line. Do not stay in line. Do not stay in line. But y'all still believe that One Battle After Another is going to win Best Picture. 55.1%. And then Sinners is number 2. Who thinks Train Dreams is going to win? Well, 8.2% of y'all think Train Dreams is going to win. Y'all must be smoking crack. 0.7%. I would more likely believe F1 over Train Dreams for winning Best Picture. Yeah, come on. Tune in on 3/15 for Oscars Sunday. Join the ! Discord and watch along with the community. The show starts 1 hour earlier this year at 4:00 p.m. Pacific time. Don't get it twisted. If you're like, no, it's at 5 o'clock. No, it's not. It's at 4 p.m. Pacific time, meaning I have to get my shit together even earlier on Sunday. Okay, congratulations to, congratulations to potential future winners here in the prediction department. And good luck to all those who are rooting for Train Dreams to win Best Picture. That is the kind of hope core that we really need. We need that delirious, kind of delusional, but so solid and true. So solid and true. Echoes, thank you for the 4 months. Daha, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, so we're going to get to mine in a second. I feel like I'll even disagree with myself, but let's see. Okay, and then I wanted to... They don't have all of the nominees, but some of these categories they have. Okay. So... starting off with Best Picture, I think it's going to be One Battle After Another. I have said this the entire season. What was your record last year? I don't remember. I do not recall. I have said this entire season that the two things that I have felt so sure of, that I have not wavered on, is One Battle After Another winning Best Picture and Paul Thomas Anderson winning Best Director. So I still have One Battle as my predicted Best Picture winner. But Secret Agent is my pick. What y'all gonna do about it? Truly Wagner Moura's #1 fan. Do I think that film was perfect? No, I don't. Do I think any of these films were perfect? No, I don't. Are there films that are not on this list that I would have loved to see on this list? Yes. Did I love Secret Agent? Yes. Is there so much of that film that I deeply, deeply, deeply admire? Fuck yes. And I feel as far as the relevant the political aspects of that film speaking to this current moment that we are in, I just don't understand how this film has not gotten more attention. I get it. Like, I know the reasons why, but I'm just like, hold on. We've talked a lot about the political environment of One Battle, and yet we're not talking enough about Secret Agent. Okay. Best Actor. Timothée Chalamet is still my prediction for Marty Supreme. Now, this was a little bit of me being like, I want to be the only person at this point who is still believing that Timmy's going to win. Because every other person I have seen, from Gold Derby to Hollywood Reporter to Variety to everyone online, and does Club C even believe it anymore? Or is she too busy stalking Connor's story? Every single fucking outlet and analyst and person whose whole thing is the Oscars has said that Michael B. Jordan is going to win. So I, not just for that reason, am picking Timothée Chalamet as my prediction. I'm going Timmy. I'm going with Timmy. And if Timmy wins, even if Timmy loses, we are still, just so you know, not going to be free of the opera ballet discourse. Okay, we're not done with it. All right, just want to warn you on that. She's high-key moving on to Connor's story. That wasn't really a joke when I said it. When I said, is she too busy stalking Connor's story? I'm not kidding you. This is something that Club Chalamet has done in the past. She moved on from Michael Fassbender. You may, from what you know of Club Chalamet, not believe that this is something that she could be capable of, but she's done it in the past. So we may be getting Club story. Club Connor. It's just a new Club C, okay? But my pick for Best Actor is Wagner Moura. Somebody show this to him, please. Be like, I'm the only person. I'm the only person. No, I think Wagner Moura is, I think he played a role that was that was a difficult one because of how complex the interiority of the character that he played is. He is an ordinary man in an extraordinary situation. And there's so much that he experiences, and Wagner Moura has to parse through, you know, what he allows to come to the surface, manifest more explicitly, and what roils underneath. He is so good in it. And a lot of times when someone is in a role that is not as showy as others, they get ignored. They're not as they're just not as recognized because of that lack of showiness. And sometimes I prefer the showier role, and sometimes I prefer the one that's far more understated, but a really difficult performance. See, the thing is, when you are good in a role like that, you do your job, and it is seamless, and it is not going to be showy because it's not supposed to be. Someone who's a lesser actor, a lesser performer in that role, makes it showier. Team Ethan Hawke. I mean, I thought Ethan Hawke was fabulous in Blue Moon. A role that doesn't stick out unless the person isn't doing well. Stick out in a way. Like for me, this performance sticks out because I just think he did a remarkable job. But yeah, stick out in a. He coming with your food. Wait, who coming with my food? Wagner Moura? Is he my new braless wife? He coming? Wait, Will? Is he coming right now? I forgot to pull the camera up. You couldn't even see his face. He just kind of went. He just did that. I was like, oh. You know what happened? Here's what happened, okay? I was standing over there, ready to fully commit. And then at the last second, I felt bad. At the last second, I felt bad because I was like, oh, he's coming in here. He's bringing me food. I'm doing a prank. And it was that last second hesitation, so I didn't fully commit. No mercy. I know. I fucked up. I could have really gotten him. He did this. I know I was weak. I was freaking weak, but the man did bring me food. The other thing I thought too, I was like, what if he drops it? What if I'm so good? What if my performance is Oscar worthy enough that I scare the shit out of him? Yeah, bringing you sustenance and I jump scare him. Ugh, I know. I didn't commit. I know. Okay. Anyway. Anywho, I don't think they have categories for the actors here yet. So we'll just keep on keeping on. Okay, Best Actress. This is a no-brainer. Jessie Buckley is gonna win. And then I'm sure there'll be 3 people who are very mad about it online and are like, but what about the cats? However, I ended up going with Rose Byrne. Rose Byrne in If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. And part of me feels kind of bad because I don't know if... when I look at someone like Jessie Buckley over Rose Byrne, I see Jessie Buckley I see Jessie Buckley having a career where she's going to be right back here at the Oscars. She's going to probably, I can see her winning. I can see her winning after she wins on Sunday, winning again, or at the very least, you know, being in roles that like an Emma Stone, where she's just getting nominated all the time. I don't know if Rose Byrne is going to be here again. I was just kind of thinking about that. And same with Renata Reinsva. She's really good in this as well. And she's another person that I'm like, I can see her eventually getting her Oscar. Rose is going to stay doing comedies after this. I know. She's going to be like, that movie almost killed me. Sandra Huller said she's cooking up something with Renata. Yeah, I saw that and I screamed. I went, holy shit. Oh, thank you, ladies. A film for me. You know, I always appreciate when people make a movie that's just for me. Okay. Best Supporting Actress. So I do think Amy is going to win. This isn't just because everyone is saying this now. I think Amy has a couple things going for her. She has won awards when all three of them have been nominated. And she has won she has a lot of momentum right now. She just won SAG, which was really big. And she is very beloved. Amy Madigan has been around for a very long time in the industry. She commands a lot of respect, and she's the only former nominee in this category. If she wins, she will become the second oldest Best Supporting Actress winner. So there's also that as well. I think as much as I was like, I just have a hard time believing the Academy is going to get over their horror bias that they have seen Weapons. This is one where I can see people who, even if they haven't seen Weapons, would still vote for Amy Madigan. This is a category I'm okay with any of them winning, but I'd love for Elle or Inga to win. This is, there's not one person in here that I'm like ride or dying. And if they don't win, then I'm gonna, bomb the Academy. I ended up picking One Me for Sinners. I think when I look at that film, of all the acting performances that I would pick from, I pick hers. I do think her character was a touch underwritten. I think that was one issue I had, but she is so good that she elevates it, that even the touch underwrittenness is like, she just has such, she's so grounded. She's really, really important in this film. And anyway, she's just great. She's one of those actresses that you just you really can't look away from. Okay, Best Supporting Actor. So, as much as Sean Penn has been like, fuck you, when he said he's never going to the Golden Globes, but he went this year and then he lost. Sean Penn, who, according to this one psycho who writes for Variety, if Sean Penn doesn't show up to the ceremony, the possibility is a blow to history and to the cause of good TV. And I was like, wait, we're talking about Sean fucking Penn? Okay. All right. Yeah. Just another example of how everyone's gotten more insane. So this weirdo was begging him to show up. It's really weird. This guy, this Variety writer, this was an opinion piece, which I'm also like, really? This is who we're giving. Okay. Daniel, I've read his stuff before. Daniel Daddario, who said, Sean Penn, please don't skip the Oscars. Why? Why do you care so much? Why do you give a shit if Sean Penn is not at the Oscars? He has made it very clear too, but he doesn't give a fuck. He handed over his 2 previous Oscars to Zelensky. He was like, yeah, smelt these down. Anyway, I think Sean Penn is going to win. He has just, he has won a lot of important precursors, but also people fucking love him in this movie. Even if One Battle doesn't get any other acting nominations, I think voters feel the most strongly about Sean Penn's performance. They fucking love him in this. My pick was Stellan Skarsgård. This was a close one. But ultimately, I went with Stellan, although I do understand the argument for him not belonging in supporting category and him belonging in best actor. But anyway, here he is. So I went with Stellan Skarsgård, and this is his first nominee. Both Delroy Lindo, Stellan Skarsgård could both win. First time nominees, way overdue, both of them. Okay. Best director. So let me explain. Because the person who I would pick is not in this category. And that is Kleber Mendonça Filho for Secret Agent. Okay. When I think of Sinners, there are certain things about that film that are immediate strengths to me, and then that are not so much strengths. I actually did not pick Sinners for screenplay because I picked it was just an accident. But I think what I really appreciate about Coogler, and as despite the film falling off in the third act, once it gets to the big action sequence with the vampire showdown, I think it actually loses steam. It kind of loses the emotional force that was driving the film. That was my biggest issue with Sinners. Still really enjoyed the film, but Coogler I really appreciate his vision with what he wanted to do with Sinners. And I think I kind of overlooked the third act falling apart, and I think that can be contributed to not just Coogler, even though he's the director and wrote the screenplay. And so overall, when I looked at the nominees here, I think I still really appreciated Coogler's vision and his layered artistic choices. And while still recognizing where I think the film's weaknesses. But again, my pick is not anybody who was even nominated. Okay, best adapted screenplay. I forgot to pick on this one. I think it's going to be One Battle After Another. So it's interesting because Begonia is adapted from I think it's a South Korean film. So yes, that counts, but it's not adapted from it's not a literary adaptation. The whole film is adapted from a film that came out in 2003, I believe. And I just have so many issues with One Battle, but I also admire the undertaking from, the really dense material of the novel that it's adapted from. But I just think I had to, I think I'm going Begonia still. I don't know. Best original screenplay, I actually put it was just an accident. I think Sinners is gonna win, but this was my pick there, and it's unfortunate that this film, after doing so well in the international festival circuit, just completely fell off. It has not been a part of the conversation. People aren't talking about Jafar Panahi. This man is literally going back to prison for making movies. Anyway, I picked him. I picked this film. Okay. Best original song for Diane Warren. I said next time. By far and away, it's gonna be Golden. I picked I Lied to You. Y'all know I fucking love this song. It's my favorite scene from Sinners. I love jazz. I love blues. I love the blending of genre here. I love the one shot of the whole sequence. And I know it's the song and not the scene, but to me, the two are inextricable. I just think it's my shit. Okay. You know this is my shit. Watching them recreate that song just for I Lied to You to lose is going to depress me Sunday. I know. I'm like, well, at least there's one more performance. No love for the opera song. I'm like Timmy over here. No one gives a fuck about opera and ballet. Okay, best original score. This one, as I said earlier today, I went back through each of these film scores, and I ended up picking Sinners because to me, when I look back on that film, one of the things that stuck with me that I love so much was the music. And as I said, I am partial to blues and jazz. And yet I want to give credit to the other films here. I don't really care about Frankenstein. Begonia had a really excellent score. One Battle, I mean, I went back and re-listened. I really do love this. I would have put Marty Supreme. Like, I can't believe this is one area that Marty Supreme wasn't nominated. Those electronic strings. It does remind me of Succession, too. Anyway, I thought that was great. Begonia. Okay. Here's sound. Is this the next category? No. Okay. Never mind. Oh. I think we already did directing, production design, casting, visual effects. Okay, we already did directing, but there's a video from the Academy.
I think grief and loss is what connects us, truly. Our grief, as difficult as it is the most human part of us. It's a part of us make us most compassionate and be able to look at each other as human beings. So it's actually a really beautiful and profound thing.
I think what made me want to focus on this era it's such a distinct era of blues music. And blues music has a very important relationship with global pop culture, with American pop culture, and with Black culture. The Surreal Montage represents like the ultimate connection between artist and audience. You know, it becomes like a circular thing where energy is being passed through and given back. I love that idea of something happening that's bigger than just the people that are here in the present.
The whole film, I feel, is very much about those clumsy difficulties of talking together in close relationships that at least I, and I think most people I know, find very difficult. It's slippery, isn't it? When you try to talk to someone about the difficult stuff, it slips away again. And to try to make a story that traces that was what we were trying to aim at. I hope it works.
I believe in subjectivity. I think it's
Timmy
the most
Chalamet in
important
China.
thing that we have as human beings is to submerge somebody into someone else's point of view to understand your own life a little better. I wanted to take Timmy's good looks and his charm, but I wanted to project onto it the certain life of an outsider and what are the things that might put somebody onto the walls of society.
20 years ago, I kind of started noodling around with some ideas. In parallel, I was in love with this Thomas Pynchon book called Vineland, the bones of which is about revolutionaries trying to outrun their past. Over the years, these things just kept collecting and it taking detours, and yeah, here we are. You know, every young boy dreams of making a car chase movie once in his life.
Someone said, what film, Caroline, what new movie are you excited to see this year? Okay, don't laugh at me. I am excited to see Odyssey. I will be sad. I am excited for, what's this one horror film that's coming up? It's coming, what is it? Coming out this weekend, I think. Well, I'm excited for Ready or Not too as well. I did like Ready or Not, but Undertone. Yeah, I just recently was reading about it. It looks kind of fucking crazy. I will say I did start seeing some reviews today and people were like, people booed after the film ended. And I was like, wait, in a good way? In a like good booze or bad booze? So maybe I'm not as excited anymore. Eddie K. Do you think it'll be another Longlegs? I hope not. I'm so tired of being excited for horror movies though, and then they let me down. They also have another Evil Dead film coming out. It's Evil Dead Burn. It's the third standalone entry. I do love Evil Dead movies. But yeah, Evil Dead Burn comes out this year. What else am I excited for? Dune Part 3. Dune Part 3. They have another Evil Dead in production right now too. Man. Undertones director.
Smithies, are they booing me?
No, they're saying Boo Earns. Boo Earns.
Are you saying boo or boo-earns?
I
was saying boo-earns.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why people are booing about this film. I don't know what happened. I mean, that it says at least something, right? It says something. If people are that feeling that strongly emotional. Okay. International feature film. As I said, I went Secret Agent, best animated feature. I just said, it's gonna be K-pop Demon Hunters, but I don't really have anything to say here. Best documentary feature, I predicted and picked Perfect Neighbor. Best costume design, I predicted and picked Frankenstein. So all three in a row. Costume design, makeup and hairstyling, and production design. I went with Frankenstein. I thought I enjoyed Frankenstein, particularly in these categories. So I think those are going to be wins that they rack up. So this is costume design nominees.
Designing Fire and Ash was a new experience.
Well, it's just overall the story. Del Toro's adaptation didn't expand upon anything. You watched it and you're like, that was good enough. But it wasn't anything particularly special. But I did think that the production and styling, I thought it was really well done. As far as like the narrative elements, character, all that, I don't think he's not even nominated for director and any other categories. But yeah, I would be happy to see it win in the categories that I think it was best
the
in.
ability to take old world craft, like literally people working in a workshop with your hands, just like we've always done costumes, and transfer that into the digital world, into the VFX world, has been an incredible challenge and also incredibly rewarding.
The very first thing everyone was working off was the lab itself and the table that the creature's on that becomes a crucifix image. The next stage for us in telling the story of the creature was that he gains a coat in his travels once he's come through the explosions. When he gets to the mill and the old man, he receives clothing as an example of love and warmth. Clothing is a gift and it's an expression of love.
As we come together, the production designer, the director, the costume designer, it's like a ball of fire that swirls around the room.
I did love
and
Ruth
we can
Carter's work
actually
for Sinners as
story
well.
That. You see a djembe player, the Monkey King, a griot, a ballerina, and you understand this person is representing dance and music and movement, and it's a beautiful thing.
My greatest challenge was in terms of the people and how grand all of the different worlds were. For every stage of the film, I was really inspired by the Lower East Side, so the very beginning of the film, and Marty's first outfit of him working the shoe store. The greatest moments for me in the film was going to Japan, and all of the Clapper girls loved them.
When I started doing the research, I realized that the images that we know of Shakespeare are made after his death. So they are an adaptation already. We start with him with little scratches, and then it opens into these gashes. Until then, it finishes in this broken clay that he finally washes off. With Agnes's character, she is just...
I haven't seen any of these movies. Which should I watch tonight, chat? One Battle After Another, Sinners. I mean, you should probably double feature... If you don't have any plans, I would watch them both because those are the two. This Oscars is One Battle After Another versus Sinners. Marina, thank you for the 17 months. So if you can double feature, I would double feature them.
Such a creature of the forest. All the reds are an emotional representation of this beating heart of a creature that she was.
Okie dokie. So that was costume design, and then I think they have a video. Pardon me. Oh, excuse me. Where? Directing, costume design, sound, casting, visual effects, makeup, and hairstyling.
To tell this story, authenticity is very important. Swollen eyes and everything.
Honestly, they killed it with The Rock in Smashing Machine.
Have to go on top of the likeness makeup.
Dwayne was massive. His arm is like triple the size than a normal size. We had a big barber chair, and we pumped the barber chair up and lay him down like in a dentist's office, basically. So, and then you can put all around.
He's one of the best parts of the film. Dwayne The Rock Johnson is one of the best parts of the film, and why I gave honestly higher marks for that film than I would have given if he didn't deliver.
His body. The first layer, it's a very, very thick layer to really like smooth it all out, and then you layer
Emily Blunt, terrible character.
And putting bruises on and little scratches from old
terribly
fights.
written.
We go
Don't
in and
love her
out every
performance.
take, touch-ups in the ring.
This movie had everything.
Do I have AMC
absolutely
A-list? Yep.
everything.
We did beauty makeups, we did diseases,
I'm an
injuries.
A-lister.
That just helped to build this sort of heightened operatic wonderland that this whole story took place in.
Jacob Elordi came along. His body was covered in 42 appliances. Took us 10 hours to do it with 5-man team. We didn't want this creature with, garish stitching like a lot of other versions had been. We decided that Victor was an artist, so he was going to do his own technique to almost solder these clean lines.
Blood has various stages. Arterial bleeding is very oxygen-rich and brightly colored. Vascular bleeding is a darker color.
I'm sorry, I cannot believe Will Neff tried to say Sinners isn't in the horror genre. I'm like, yeah, it's in multiple genres, and no, I don't think Sinners is the scariest horror movie I've seen. But you gotta be kidding me.
We had over 80 effects that we needed to build. Everything from making 14 karat gold grills for Michael B. Jordan to doing these full body burning vampire suits.
Just wrong.
I wanted to not
It's
use
just
wigs.
wrong.
The hair was designed to be
false.
honest and to add to the cultural story. And texture was a big part of that.
Arbeta harder.
Oh my god, there's so much. Oh.
With the look of Elvira with the prosthetics, it was quite a big makeup in itself. For 25 days, we did this thing with the cheeks and nose and double chin and the neck piece.
Every person had to just have that extra little whipped cream on top, but still at the same
movie was
time
so gross.
being relatable. We didn't want to make fun out of anyone. We wanted to point at things like, look what we do to ourselves, how much pain we cause ourselves. So we just tried.
The Pope watches this film. He's like, this is what I was talking about. That's why I had to write this Substack piece.
To find a sweet spot between some kind of period realism and then the...
Yo, Maple Tex, thank you. Melania Raid. Wow, could you guys believe Melania was not nominated for Best Documentary at the Oscars? I can't. Welcome in, everyone. Hope y'all have had a fabulous night so far. My people, please follow Maple Takes. Give him a follow here. Wait, you were about to watch Melania? No. Oh no. Oh, why would you do this to yourselves? Why would you do this to yourselves? It sounds like you know what? That sounds like an ideal Friday, actually. Well, we have been going over our predictions and picks for the upcoming Oscars, which I will be running the show on Sunday, not the Oscars show, but here on stream, I will be reacting and providing my commentary, my thoughts for the show on Sunday. And so we're just going through what chat picked and predicted, what I have picked and predicted. And we are currently talking about makeup and hairstyling. Maple's holding us at gunpoint and telling us to watch it. You know, I can tell you, it's probably not going to be very good. Shocker, I know. more like a torture sesh. That was my favorite movie of the year. Taught me women can be strong and take chances. You know what? That's beautiful. That is lovely. And who am I to say that a piece of media cannot speak to you? I can't control that. All right. Anyway,
cartoony, because everybody knows Cinderella.
歌舞伎はもう何百年の歴史があります。
I actually haven't seen this one. This is the only one I haven't seen.
それに並行して歌舞伎のカツラは代々継承されてきたものです。
私の仕事は普段は日本舞踊、それも歌舞伎と一緒で長い間の伝統で決められたお顔をするのが決まりなので、どうしても映像なので普段は客席とステージの距離感で綺麗に見えればいいんですが、映像の場合はアップが多いので近くで見てもすっきり綺麗に美しく見えるように心がけました。
Kohoku. It's a historical drama directed by Lee Sang-il. Okay. I don't think I've seen anybody, a single person, talk about that. Sometimes it's amazing. Sometimes it's amazing at the Oscars, as tuned in as you can be. You're like, I've never heard of this film. I've not seen a single person talk about it. Tarantino's gonna rip it off in 5 years, probably less. It's Japan's highest grossing live action film. Wow. Okay. And then production design, I also went with Frankenstein.
On Frankenstein, we started by scouting in Scotland and the UK, and that was really informing us about our visuals. Walking through the streets of Edinburgh, looking at different Frankenstein villas, really brought the whole visual aspect and the color palette to us in many ways.
There's a suspension of disbelief when it comes to building the creature, but everything in that lab, all the equipment is of the period.
Come on.
The lab is so big and everything gets so dwarfed, so it's really about balancing the scale of all that.
The sets were so good.
What I tend to do is map the movement of the film. I remember looking a lot at rambling gardens, like mess. And then there would be photos like children's feet. I remember doing a lot of referencing around play, creating an Elizabethan family life that felt as relevant and as alive as my family life.
Chloe would just keep the cameras rolling at the end of dialogue. So we had things for them to do all the time. So that if they moved around the house or, you know, if something happened there was things set up. It was like having a nursery with play areas.
We start early on with heavy research. What's our best way to utilize our resources to create that environment so that it feels like you've tricked people into thinking they've traveled to another time?
I realized very quickly when we saw the way that Josh had cast the film that it had to be real. And we approached it more like a documentary. Everybody would go on the location scout. And a lot
What
of
is
the film
Marty Supreme about? It's about a guy who just hates opera in the theater and believes that ping pong should be the one and only art form in this world. Oh, sorry. I think that's what Nathan Lane said on The View. Marty Supreme is a film about ping pong that's also not about ping pong.
formed as we saw the possibilities together. And that's the most exciting way to work.
A big part of our process was looking through all these photos of the way that people live in the woods, for example. And so the details that you get to pull, you know, collections of plants, Bob's hobbies, it's just like a layering process of deep realism.
Everything was sourced from the locations and the communities that we're in. Each team would start talking to businesses and they know somebody, and through discovery, you start finding things that you never could have imagined.
The biggest guiding star was this idea of an American story. And that's what really formed the whole look of the film. diving into the red, white, and blue. But then there's all this meaning that goes into those colors in specific places.
Our first meeting, she walks in with a bag of dirt from Clarksdale and just like plops it down. From that moment on, I was like, this is gonna be fun. The amount of information and the amount of research that went into this, it was just a different level. This whole experience was just on a different level.
Whew. I love Marty Supreme, but I hope he loses the Oscar low-key. That's funny. Okay, sound. Sound was where I went, damn, this is the one category I fear I need to see Seurat in, because I can't believe how many people, I mean, I was reading from sound editors, from people who like this is their area of expertise, and a lot of people talked about Seurat. Now, I think F1 could win here, or they walk away with nothing. This could be the let's give the car movie the sound award for the car sounds. I don't think Seurat's going to win. I was just really amazed to see how many professionals like listed Seurat as their pick. I ended up picking Sinners just because for me, the music and the sound and all of that was such a strength for me. And it's really like the instrumental aspect of Sinners is a big part of the sound design. Here are the nominees.
One of the things depicted in this film is the energy and the enthusiasm and the speed and the power that exists in F1.
Essentially, to some degree, we had to ADR the car to make sure that the Formula One cars were authentic.
They're V6 hybrid engines. They go upwards of 200 plus miles an hour. They have 8 gears. There's a lot of specificity and drama to every point on each of these tracks.
It's madness, really. There's no other way to describe shooting a live F1 track. It's mad.
I don't know how long they've been doing this for the Oscars YouTube page, but I really do like these little videos. They don't have them for all the nominated categories, but I appreciate it.
That was the order for this movie, was how are we going to stand up to such amazing visuals, sound-wise?
In the creation scene, I set about having all 4 of the editors who were working with me contributing to that scene. I wanted to feel...
Because, you know, it highlights the creative talent that normally isn't really front and center for the Oscars. It's like actors, director. We don't really focus on the sound editors and the people who are contributing to the technical elements.
Like, we were the corpses being cut apart to be assembled into a man and brought to life.
In all that chaos, we achieved amazing subtlety, the static buildup just before the lightning strike. Things that may not go noticed, but add so much richness.
La peli de Seurat para mí es sobre todo un reto y también un disfrute a nivel de todo lo que es el trabajo del paisaje sonoro, de las atmósferas, de cómo hacer o intentar plasmar cómo suenan estos camiones.
La narración la conduce la imagen y el sonido, no tanto los diálogos. No buscamos un realismo convencional, sino ese viaje emocional ligado al estado interno de los personajes.
Nos llevó a tomar como decisiones arriesgadas para poder generar este sonido.
Oh my God. Saw Seurat a few days ago. Did not like it at all. I wanted to. There is a small contingent of people in this community who have seen this film and despise this film. And so it's always funny when there's another person announcing themselves as having actually watched this film and not liking it. I don't know what happened. No, because I still haven't seen it. I'm kind of partial to just letting people in chat, though, have very strong opinions on it. It was released outside of NA sooner, so our LatAm chatters got mad early.
It's such a small, personal, intimate story in this really big, chaotic, cinematic wrapper. You get to be big and punchy, pure tension, and a lot of anxiety. You're really trying to draw the audience into like this crazy moment.
There's no ADR in this movie. Everything that was recorded on set is what you hear.
Let's fight fire with fire.
One of the things that we take pride in is preserving these performances that Paul's able to get out of these incredible actors.
We wanted the music to never feel like it was a music video. We always wanted it to seamlessly transition from dialogue.
We recorded all these musical performances, from slide guitar performances, pianos. We had a fiddle, a banjo, and a guitar in one scene.
On the effects side, we get the opportunity to work against music that's going to live in the track long term.
The connections between all the departments were back and forth all the way through the process to make things as consistent and have the continuity.
Yeah, sounds always kind of a tricky category. Some of these technical categories, I don't even always feel qualified in evaluating. But sometimes you just go with, a lot of times people just go across the board, whatever their favorite film was. They just go down the line. Or what, like, if there's one element from a film that otherwise sucked or was just not that memorable, but they did the one thing and they did it really well, I like to try and not just give one film everything, unless it's, like, to me, one of the greatest films of all time. But most of the time I'm like, I actually prefer to spread things out a bit. Okay, so coming over here, best film editing. This was hard for me to decide, but I actually went with One Battle After Another. So this is my prediction. I think because One Battle is, I'm predicting it to win Best Picture, it's going to pick up cinematography and film editing. And I ended up giving it my pick because my issues with One Battle were not in the technical categories. Sometimes my issue with a film will so override, like, it's just too big of an issue that I simply can't, it's hard to find, it's hard to find a win in there. Okay, here's why I went with One Battle. I thought to myself, it is, excuse me, it is the longest film in this category, but the editing is so well done that I never felt like the film was dragging. I never felt like, it does not feel the length of the film. And I think it's really seamless. The editing is, I mean, this is this film, One Battle After Another blank. This is an almost 3-hour film. But it's boom, boom, boom. It keeps it moving. It keeps it moving. The opening is very well edited, even though I really had issues with character and with writing. So anyway, I was thinking, like, what categories did I really appreciate One Battle in, and film editing is one. So I'm giving it to them. Okay, cinematography. I think he's going to One Battle. I went with Train Dreams. And the reason I picked Train Dreams is because I think the cinematography is the thing in the film that elevates it. Overall, this film didn't really have an impact on me. But I do think one thing I appreciated is that it did not, with being a film where it could have easily fallen back on a very nostalgia-driven way of shooting it, it didn't. And I think that was the smart decision. That was a really good decision on the cinematographer and director's part. It lives and dies by it, even if it's stealing. Even if it's clearly stealing from Terrence Malick, I do think this is a film that it's the cinematography. And I think one problem with the film is how much it relied upon the cinematography, where it's very much like, isn't the cinematography in this film amazing? There are multiple points that the lead character is like, sure, like pointing out how beautiful it is. But yeah, I would be happy to see Train Dreams if it only gets one win to get it for cinematography, though I don't think it's going to happen. For me, oh wait, you're talking about another film. And I think the Oscars has directing, costume design, sound production, casting, visual effects. They don't have a freaking video for cinematography. Well, here's a video on Train Dreams.
There were once passageways to the old world.
Train Dreams tells the story of a man named Robert Grenier who lives in the Pacific Northwest in the first part of the 20th century. He's a logger and
Is
itinerant
casting
laborer.
new? Yeah.
And basically it tells the story of his life as he watches the world completely change around him.
Robert is kind of an everyman in the sense of what we might hope for humanity. Sensitive, honest, empathetic, and attuned to people and things in the environment around him. And so I could connect to so much of what Robert goes through, even though I look different and I live in a different part of the world.
Just $4. See the world as only the birds do.
This was not...
I just still thought overall it was a little too neat, especially when you compare it with the book. And there were some moments in the film that are much more intricately explored in the book. And I get that, like, okay, you're adapting from book to film, but I thought it kind of contributed to making the overall story a little too neat.
Not the ending that was in the script. There were a couple more scenes behind this scene. We
But
were editing the
it's fucking
film
beautiful.
and we got to this moment and this scene and there was a very like nascent version of it and we got to it and it was just like, well, the movie's over now. It was one of those things of just listening to the film and the film wanted to be over at the end of this sequence. There's a lot of like fun
I also get, I at this point, I'm kind of tired of voiceover narration. It has to really be necessary. It's got to really, in my opinion, be an integral part of a film. Otherwise, I think it can be just kind of lazy or just an easy fallback.
That goes into putting that sequence together with the plane stuff. There's three aspects of it. There's one where we're filming the plane from the ground with a super long zoom lens, and that pilot, her name's Amelia Hilson, and so she's doing all these acrobatics in the air while we're filming from the ground.
What's a good example of it? Honestly, Morgan Freeman in Shawshank Redemption was great. Robert De Niro in Taxi Driver. But at this point, it's just it's something that's so overly done at this point. 30 years ago, you didn't have you didn't have this be a common storytelling device. And now we see it all the time. And every time I'm watching something and there's narration, I'm like, this better be necessary. This better be so fucking necessary, or else ultimately it's going to weaken my like rating, my review.
Also had cameras planted inside the plane, and then for Joel's part, and shooting Grenier inside the plane with Amelia behind him, our special effects team actually built a contraption that was like, I don't know,
gimbal.
Yeah, like 12 feet in the air. We had a camera attached to it, and we could tilt them however we want. Rotate the other way, still diving.
Hey, you'd better hold on to something.
In the edit, we really wanted to
Would you say
make
Mean
sure
Girls? I think
that
it's great
it felt
in Mean
like it was a
Girls.
sequence that's kind of building upon itself, and it's not just a bunch of images. And the other thing we wanted to do was use alternate takes of scenes, show the audience some memories from Grenier's life that we didn't get throughout the film. Show also, there's a couple of these that are different than how they actually went in the film. So there's one, for example, when he does the little flower for his daughter when he's leaving. How it happens in the film and how it happens in the story is she's not paying attention to it and she leaves and he doesn't get to do it. But in his memory of it, when we see it in the plane, he's able to actually pull it off, and she watches it, and it's a beautiful little moment. And so sometimes in our memories, we change things
What's
to
he
maybe
doing
make
on
them
a
more
train,
palatable for
on a
us.
plane?
In terms of score, the scene leading up
So
to it, where
true.
he's finally out of the forest and in a city as the world is changing in front of his eyes. I wanted a piece of music that felt like lifting us up, lifting him up. And so literally the piano line
If
is
train
rising.
dream, then
the string
why
lines
plane
are rising
scene?
and then descending, and kind of like the plane. And so it has a kind of Aryan feeling about it, which is a beautiful kind of driver of the music.
I knew that scene needed to end in a place of peace and where life just all kind of clicks in and makes sense. And that was the moment we were working towards. And then it's the final shot of the movie. What he does with his head and closes his eyes just encapsulated that in such a pure and beautiful way that then when you put everything around it, the task was just like to build up to that look that he has on his face and earn that moment.
It's a really apt ending to the film, because I think one of the things that always drew me to work on the film with Clint is I felt like this story of an ordinary man's life that spans so much time says so much about all of us, that if we're lucky enough to have a long time on the planet, we're going to see and experience all things. And some of them are going to be good and some of them are going to be bad. And that at the end of it all, it is a worthwhile life. And I think that that's waiting for all of us.
Yeah, see, it has a
In terms of score.
it has a modern feel because they shot it on digital, which I thought was the smart decision rather than really leaning into really leaning into the look of the film being nostalgic, because there is a strong nostalgia to the film itself. So I thought that was a smart move. And really the cinematography completely elevates this film. Okay. I did go. So my guess for visual effects, Avatar, Fire and Ash, I agree. It was budget constraints. I don't think they could not have afforded to shot on film, but I think so. Even if it really was the budget constraints that made them shoot that way, I thought that was the right decision for that film. Okay. Avatar, Fire and Ash. Because this is what this film is. And as much as I do not care for this story, I've never been on the Avatar train. I don't know. I saw the first film. I was like, okay, that's cool. The second film, I was like, okay. It's the visual effects are stunning. All right. That is, I will never take away the innovative effects of Avatar. So I don't need to not give it the category that it deserves to win in. Okay? It's like I don't need any of these other ones to win this over Avatar. But at a certain point, I'm like, how many Avatar films do we need? How many? All right, live action short, so sorry. Animated short film, sorry again. Best documentary short feature. Sorry for the third time. You know how it goes. And then best casting. I think this is going to go to Sinners. I would give this to Secret Agent. I think one of the best fucking elements of Secret Agent is the cast. It is remarkable how massive this cast is, how characters may show up for just a couple of moments, but it's so well done. It truly is an ensemble piece that is anchored by Wagner Moura's performance, but there are in an ensemble that's just such a standout, all these side characters who are never going to get recognized ever a show like the Oscars, but that I will never stop talking about. Justice for Tanya Maria. Oh, my fucking queen. My queen. I live for her. I would die for her. Sinners cast the same actor twice, though. Well, Wagner Moura plays 3 different Wagner Mouras. You think about that? Wagner Moura playing 3 different Wagner Mouras? Now, I think the Sinners cast is great. But to me, as I said, one of the absolute strengths of Secret Agent is its ensemble. And I don't think this will win anywhere else. I would love to see it get casting. I just think that would be a very iconic move. I think it'd be very exciting. Wagner Moura, and Wagner Nora.
We spent obviously a lot of time to choose the woman who just, with no ego and total emotional availability,
3 Wagner Mouras
meets
2 Michael B. Jordans.
And then how to kind of spread it out from her to the parents, the grandparents, the children. Ultimately, all you really can do is trust your instinct about it. The way they really seem like a real family and how they really, truly relate to each other is what makes me proud.
The authenticity to the time period, we really were very discerning in this process. That's not just within locations and sets and wardrobe, but it's in a face of a person. I looked at lots of street photography from the 50s, like Lawrence's was a ping pong club for misfits. So we had to really make sure, does this face tell that story? I really feel like this job becomes a way to expand your empathy and compassion towards others.
When I read a script, the characters start coming to life in my mind. And then it becomes about how to put this whole thing together to make this script even be better than what I just read. This film is
Also, this is the first year that Best Casting is at the Oscars, and this has been the culmination of 50 years, a 50-year attempt to get Best Casting into the Oscars. It's one of the few aspects of the industry that is female dominated. It's where women have been able to find opportunity in areas that a lot of other areas of the industry that women have just historically been shut out of. So it's nice to finally get this category at the Oscars. Casting is key. Great casting directors are some of the most important people in the entire filmmaking process.
There's a delicate balance of A-list stars and seasoned actors with outstanding newcomers and real heroes of our armed forces. With that said, discovering Chase and working with her was something I'll be proud of for the rest of my life. Watching her go toe-to-toe with some of the greatest actors on the planet made all of the restless nights worth it.
It's so diverse and we have so many characters, so many roles. Every face has a meaning, every face has a story. Kleber wrote this amazing script full of layers and complexity to find the right actors to play them. We use the big actors, but we also have like people who never done anything that big before. And to bring them on is a reason to be proud. Even the small roles, they have
Tanya.
a power on their faces, you know?
The detail and the authenticity of each.
Also, once upon a time, they had to fight for casting directors to get credit on films. That was the first in the history of the film industry. The first major battle was casting directors being credited, and then it was recognizing their work.
These characters is apparent and important to the story, which takes place within this very rich, diverse, nuanced community that's seldom seen on screen. I think it's Michael's most challenging role to date, and so it put the additional pressure that everybody that went up and acted opposite him had to be at the highest caliber. I couldn't be prouder of any film I ever worked on more than this.
And that is the last category. Wow. You know, it will be interesting if Amy Madigan and Sean Penn win in their supporting categories, because we would have a double villain. A double villain year. It's like when Christoph Waltz won for Inglourious Bastards. And then best supporting actress was it was 2010. That was supporting actress. I don't remember. I know it was a villainous role. Best supporting actress 2010. Monique. Yeah, Monique won in Precious. Penn was a villain? That's a goddamn patriot. Watch your tongue, woman. But what will the variety writer do if Sean doesn't come? If Sean doesn't come, that variety writer is probably going to kill himself. If Sean Penn doesn't show up at the Oscars, there will be blood on his hands, because Daniel Daddario of Variety is going to kill himself on the carpet. Joking, obviously. Well, I don't know. Based on that piece he wrote. Maybe not a joke. Could you post your pics in the Discord? Yes. I will post my pics in the Discord. Hold on a second. Okay, there's my changes. Oscar predicts and picks. Oscar predicts and picks. Let me go into our Discord. Okay, and now next up we have Oscar predicts and picks. There you go. Boom. Okay, we have I think Ashley probably went to sleep. I'm sorry, Ashley. Look, it's Friday night, okay? We're a late night community here. We are a late night community here. Every Diane Warren Oscar loss. Every YouTube link is timestamped to start at the chorus of the song, because we don't got time for all that. True. We're talking 17 years. If there was a reaction shot of her in the audience, I put it in, but that's not really until her later nominations. Anyway, shout out Ashley, who's probably gone to bed at this point, but will probably watch the VOD. Shout out Ashley for putting this together. Okay. Oh, excuse me. 1988. Diane's first Oscar nomination. Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now from Mannequin. Lost to... There was just no chance. I've Had the Time of My Life from Dirty Dancing. I mean, I love this song. Nothing's gonna stop us now. This is a classic. 2 classics. Nothing's gonna stop us. Gonna stop us now. Oh. I think one problem here is that Dirty Dancing was just oh gee. Farley! Farley just really loves this song. Farley! I know you're the biggest Diane Warren fan. I have to say, the competition was real stiff this year. A lot of times, especially in recent years, best song feels like a joke of a category, the songs that are nominated. 1988, unfortunately, yeah, every time Diane has had a banger, she loses to a banger that was just simply a bigger banger. just simply out-bangered. Out-bangered. I'm sorry, Diane. And now it's like in recent years, she does songs for the Hot Cheeto movie and back in the day. Back in the day, she had these bangers. You to the good times, see you through the bad times. It takes is what I'm gonna do. Say we're crazy, what do they know? Me, baby, ever let go. Let the world around us just fall apart. I love this song. We're heart to heart, and we can build this dream together. Strong forever, nothing's gonna stop us now. And if this world runs out of lovers, we'll still have each other. Does anybody prefer this song over I've Had the Time of My Life? Put a 1 in chat if you think Diane should have won in 1988. 1 in chat if you're like Diane Warren, robbed. Justice. Justice for DW. You know, I have to say, I think Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now is a song I love, independent. Like, no, who the fuck knows about Mannequin? Okay, sorry to the Mannequin stands out there. I've Had the Time of My Life is Dirty Dancing. That film is Dirty Dancing. But I think if I were to extract the individual songs, I go with Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now. I've Had the Time of My Life is the whole point of the movie. It is Dirty Dancing. And it is an iconic scene. It's one of the most iconic scenes from cinema. All right. 1997. Diane's song Because You Love Me. Holy shit! Oh my God. That's right. You were my eyes when I couldn't see. You saw the best there was in me. Lifted me up when I couldn't reach. You gave me faith 'cause you believe. Ah, I'm everything I am because you loved me. You were always there. She lost with Celine Dion. In the dark, shining your love into my life. You've been my inspiration through the lies that were the truth. My world is a better place because of you. You were my strength. Oh, yes, me. You saw the best there was in me. Oh, 'cause you believe I'm everything I am because you love me. You saw the best there was in me, lifted me high. You gave me faith 'cause you believed. Oh, Diane, Celine, because you loved me. Oh, I'm everything I am. Because you love me. Ah. Okay, actually fucking crazy. These first two nominations, total bangers, especially Because You Love Me by Celine Dion. But she lost to You Must Love Me from Evita, Andrew Lloyd Webber. This is the year she lost to ALW before he became a joke. R.I.P. Nin Pyro, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I know I sound exactly like Celine. People are like, oh my God, is that actual Celine Dion? Couldn't tell a difference. Timmy D, thank you for the 16 months. Oh my God. Diane, I am with you on this one, no matter what. And I do love Evita, and I do know this song, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Things that I'm longing to say, scared to confess what I'm feeling, frightened you'll slip away. You must love me.
It doesn't beat. It doesn't beat. And I'm a fan of both. This is probably her most brutal loss. I have to say. Yeah, it's just. I mean, we're talking Celine Dion, and we're talking one of Celine Dion's greatest, one of her greatest hits. Oof. Arkham, thank you for the prime. Lamunas, thank you for the gifted sub. The next 2 years, she didn't stand a chance. This is a great walk down memory lane because we obviously make a lot of jokes about Diane Warren because she has become meme at this point. But I did forget how many iconic, classic bangers this woman has written. Oh, and then what's crazy is the next year she loses to My Heart Will Go On, another Celine Dion. That's crazy. She loses with one of Celine Dion's greatest songs in 1997 and then loses to another one of an all-time Celine Dion hits. Like loses with Celine and then loses to Celine. That's brutal. That is brutal. Deanie, thank you for the bits. This is from Con Air. I mean, it's a classic too. But without you, I want to know how do I breathe without. Oh, this is such a Will Neff movie. Like the thing is, another banger, but unfortunately,
near, far, wherever you are,
one of the greatest songs of all time.
The heart does go on.
I mean, come on.
Once more, you open
This is what I sang.
the door.
I sang for my 7th grade variety show. It was very dramatic. There were blue lights on the stage. I wore a blue dress with a fake, very, very fake necklace. And I destroyed. Oh. Like, I will tear up every time I listen to this song.
And last for a lifetime and never let go till we're gone.
And I will never not love this film.
Love kiss when I loved you one true time. I'd hold you in my life will always go on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you open the door, and you'll hear in my heart, and my heart will go on and on.
I mean, the James Horner soundtrack, too, for Titanic. Please. Oh.
There's nothing I fear, and I know
Oh my God. When I was in 7th grade, I used to be able to hit all them notes. Aging. Smoking too much. In 7th grade, I was nailing those fucking notes. I just sobbed by. I'm so sorry, Diane. How Do I Live? Such a banger, but My Heart Will Go On, one of the all-time GOATs. It is an all-timer. Unfortunately, the competition in the song category used to be, oh God, it used to be so much tougher. Oh, this is so rough. Teeny, thank you for the bits. Yeah, Zoomers that didn't live with having the VHS of Titanic, where it's like back to back. You put the VHS in, then you flip it, and then you have the second one. You put it, and then you flip it. Oh, God, Liv Tyler's so beautiful. Oh, my God. And I'm wondering what you're dreaming. Wondering if it's me you'll see, yeah. Then I kiss your eyes and thank another Will Neff movie, another Will Neff song. Oh my God. So here's the thing, okay? In the same year, When You Believe from The Prince of Egypt was also in the category. And I'm sorry, but again, we're talking Whitney. We're talking Mariah. We're talking...
There can be miracles when you believe.
We're talking, I get my Christian on with this film. It's hard to kill.
Who knows what miracles you can achieve when you believe somehow you will.
Praise him. You will when you believe. No, this song fucking hits. When it builds, often proved in vain.
Hope seemed like the
songbirds
too swiftly flown away. Yet
The movie's a
now
banger too.
Standing here, with heart so full,
I can't explain.
seeking faith and speaking words I never thought I'd say. There can be miracles when you believe.
I mean, come on, Shells.
Hope is fresh.
Freaking Shells.
It's hard to kill.
It's hard to kill.
Who knows what miracles you can achieve when you believe.
Somehow you will. I'm sorry, I'm on the side of the Power Love ballad.
When you
Okay, some of you are like, no. Diane robbed. Yo, if you're a Prince of Egypt head, you know what's up. I think you're nostalgia baited. It could be true. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with the nostalgia element. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
We barely understood.
Okay.
Now we are not afraid.
There we go.
Although we know there's much to fear. We were moving mountains long before we knew we could. Oh,
yes.
There can be miracles.
Okay, better.
When you believe.
This is not cheating. It's Mariah and Whitney.
It's hard to kill. Who knows what miracles you can achieve when you believe? Somehow you will. You will when you believe.
Oh, come on. Come on. What kind of swap is this?
In this time of fear.
Okay, maybe it's cheating a little bit.
So often proves in vain. Hope seems like the summer birds too swiftly flown away. Yet now I'm standing here. My heart's so full I can't explain. Seeking faith and speaking words I never thought I'd say. There can be miracles when you believe. When you believe. Oh, hope is frail. It's hard to give. Who knows what miracles you can achieve when you believe.
Okay, I am nostalgia pill. But whatever.
You will when you believe.
I'm sorry, Diane. I've gotten chills like 10 times.
They don't always happen when you ask. And it's easy to give in to your fear. But when you're blinded by your pain, can't see your way clear through the rain. Small but still resilient voice says hope is very near. Hey,
Oh, sorry. Did you call for a third diva?
You can achieve.
Believe. They're like, who is? What the fuck is this? I believe. There's only room for 2 divas here. Ah, bring back divas doing power ballads together like this. Seriously, I feel like we don't get this anymore. This is one thing that we're missing. We're missing these matchups on these power ballads. Like, need it back. Bring back my girls. My girls being together, maximizing their diva slay. Bring back ballads, power ballads. Oh my God. Okay, anyway. This song also beat The Prayer by Celine and Andrea Bocelli for Best Original Song. Wow, this year was crazy. This year was really, really crazy. Okay, 2000. Oh my God. Oh, it's unfortunately. Unfortunately, then Phil Collins went, oh, actually, I have a song. Oh. Yeah, so it ain't even close. You'll be in my heart. One of Will's favorite songs. Stay on now and forevermore. This man fucking cooked. He did not need to cook this hard on this soundtrack, but goddamn he did. He put all his absentee fatherism into Tarzan, and you know what? We are grateful for it.
Why can't they understand the way we feel? They just don't trust what they can't
Not unnecessary sacrifice. I'm saying it too. Dead Reed, thank you for the 2 months. Be in my heart from this day on, now and forevermore. He wrote this song for Lily. He's like, look, I won't be there as a father, but I will write a banger soundtrack and dedicate at least one song to you. Is this one of the greatest of all time? It is. You'll be in my heart because I'm not going to be around. Because I will not physically be present, but you're always here. Be in my, oh, you'll be in my heart. You'll be in my heart. You'll be in my heart. Yes, you'll be here in my heart. Why don't movies have these bangers anymore? Not enough absentee fathers. Simply not enough. Oh my goodness, Tarzan. They also don't make Disney movies like this anymore. They simply don't. They simply do not. 2002. God, she just keeps losing to very popular animated films. This is a rough run. So here's There You'll Be from Pearl Harbor.
In my dreams, I always see you soar above the sky.
She just cannot compete with one of the greatest eras of animated films. I don't really like this song, so whatever. Monster.
have nothing if I didn't have.
It's so funny too, because it's all these like sad ballady songs that she's writing, and then it's like,
Wouldn't have nothing if I didn't have. Wouldn't have nothing if I didn't have. Wouldn't have nothing.
Can I tell you something? For years I have envied.
You agreed with it.
Your grace and your charm.
yeah.
Everyone loves you, you know.
Yes, I know, I know, I know.
But I must admit it, big guy, you always come through. I wouldn't have
Billy Crystal and
nothing
John
if I
Goodman.
didn't have you.
Yeah, I don't know what else. Let's see. 2002 best song nominees. If I Didn't Have You, May It Be by Enya. Vanilla Sky by Paul McCartney. Until by Sting. Wait, hold the fucking phone. This is her performance at. Hold on a second. May it be when darkness falls. Oh, robbed. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. What the fuck happened in 2002? This was actually what got robbed. This is my 9/11. This is Pearl Harbor 9/11. Are you freaking kidding me? No, Enya has 0 Oscar wins. Bro. Wait. Is this worse than Crash winning? I'm just kidding. Is May It Be losing worse than Crash winning? Okay, let's not go that far, but this might be one of the worst. This might be one of the worst highway robbery moments at the Academy Awards. What the hell? That's crazy because Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring was heavily nommed and won Oscars. How did it lose? I mean, I know Disney had hella power. The Pixar lobby went crazy. I can't believe this is a fact that I now am aware of, that Enya's May It Be from Fellowship of the Ring lost Best Song in 2002. Caroline's about to compose a hate tweet to the 2002 music branch. I know, I might post and be like, yo, who was a member of the Academy 2002? I just let me know because I'm doing a research project. Wow. What the fuck? Okay. So then, God, I feel like I can't even move past that. Like I have to move past that, but I can't even move past that. I can't believe that. Like I have to tell. I have to tell everybody. Tell the world. Are you freaking kidding me? God damn it. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I know. It'll just be 1 second, but I learned something. What?
Okay.
I learned
you
something.
live?
I'm live. I learned something and I just have to tell literally everyone.
Okay.
So
I'm not special. Got it.
well, you're my first call.
Was I the first person you called?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
So in 2002, Diane Warren, who's been nominated 17 times and lost 17 times, lost at the Oscars yet again for Best Original Song. Okay. She loses to If I Didn't Have You from Monsters, Inc. But I decided to take a look at the other nominees because I went, really? If I Didn't Have You from Monsters, Inc. Love that movie. Not even my favorite song from it. That's what won. Okay.
How does it go?
Hold on a second. If I didn't have you. Yeah, it's that.
If I did. Put that thing back where it came from. Or so help.
Well, no, that's another one. I would have preferred that one. No. Here's the thing. Even if you're like, If I Didn't Have You, great song. Enya is nominated at that same Oscars for the song May It Be from Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. May it be an evening star. Yeah. May it be the shadows.
And then she throws the diamond into the ocean.
Yeah, close enough. She lost.
No.
She lost. It's the only time Enya has ever been nominated at the Oscars. She loses for like one of the most Oscar-winning films of all time, which is crazy. It's like, how did she not get one of these Oscars?
What the heck? Who's the other nominees?
Who cares?
Yeah, true.
I don't know what to do. I feel like
I don't know.
I feel like I have to hunt.
Somebody.
I am trying to.
You called me.
I know, because it's a place to start.
Do you think we should go back in time and we should fix this?
Bro, I don't know. I might have to like start hunting down Academy members who were in the Academy in 2000 at that point and like, I don't know, do something crazy.
Or we could go back in time and we could fix this.
Bro, do you have a time machine?
No.
What, Caroline and Sam's Big Adventure?
Yes. That's okay. You're going to step 5. Step 1 is we decide we have to go back in time to save the Oscars.
Oh my God. Okay, but if we can't get a time machine, then I'm doing plan B, which is I'm going to find any Oscar members who were Oscar members at that time who are still alive. And I'm just going to talk.
Right.
I'm just going to ask them some questions.
What's the first question you would ask them?
Say bye to life, question mark?
Okay. Say bye to life? Why would you ask them why? Why?
I would say, were you blackmailed?
So you have to have this prepped because the thing is you could run into any of them at any point at any given time, and then you're not prepared.
Well, I will have a gun. Okay, wait.
Okay, you know what? Actually, that solves the problem. We don't even talk.
Okay. Thank you for your help.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Anything else I can help with?
That's it.
Any like fun facts?
No, my life is ruined. It's
I know a
over.
joke.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, here's the joke. Ready? All right. So 9 out of 10 dentists don't recommend brushing your teeth with your left hand. Why?
Because it's not right.
No, because you should brush it with a toothbrush.
Oh my God. I'm going to kill myself.
I have another one if you want.
No. No.
I'll just save it for the next phone call. No worries.
Thanks. Find that time machine or else I'm going to do something drastic.
Okay, we have to figure out how to build a time machine quick.
Yeah.
I'll have one next week.
Thanks.
Maybe.
Uh-huh.
We'll see.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Okay. Bye.
3. Okay, bye.
Okay, that was... Don't tell Sam. I did call Will first. Then he called back. He's not going to care. Or maybe he will actually, because he loves Enya.
Caroline.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just have to tell you something that I learned. Okay. So in 2002, so I'm going through this Diane Warren PowerPoint of every time she's lost an Oscar. She's most nominated songwriter at the Oscars. Okay. So in 2002, she loses for There You'll Be from Pearl Harbor. She loses to If I Didn't Have You from Monsters, Inc. If I Didn't Have You, you know that song? Here's the thing. There was one other song that was nominated that year. And that song is Enya's May It Be from Fellowship of the Ring.
Oh.
And she freaking lost.
Oh.
What do you
Enya lost?
Enya lost. What do you have to say about that?
That's a damn shame. You know how I feel about Enya.
I know. I said you love Enya. May it be.
Are Sid and Oliver here?
A star. Yes, they are. I'm gonna go hang out with them after I finish this, but I'm devastated. I just can't believe this.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I love you, bub. I'll see you soon.
Okay, bye. He doesn't give a fuck. Whatever. I'm moving on. Nobody cares. Do I have Obama's phone number? Fine, whatever. Okay. In 2015, so we have a big jump from 2002 to 2015. Diane's song, Grateful from Beyond the Lights. I think this is when we start to fall off.
I'm grateful for the star, made me appreciate the sun. I'm grateful for the rose, made me.
No, I'm not gonna call Cutie because she's at a birthday thing. She's on vacay. She's in the middle of doing social things. I'm only calling losers who are streaming.
I'm grateful for the pain, for everything that made me brave. I'm thankful for all my scars, 'cause they only make my heart grateful.
Yeah, okay. So this is when Diane just kind of starts putting out the same trash over and over again. That is Rita Ora, and she lost to Glory
One day
from Selma.
when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day when the war is won, we will be sure.
I do love singing this song. Yeah, this was the correct choice.
Now the war is not over. Victory
is won.
We'll fight on to the finish. And then when it's all done, we'll cry glory.
Oh, glory.
We'll cry glory. Oh, glory.
The other nominees were Everything is Awesome from the Lego Movie, Grateful from Beyond the Lights, I'm Not Gonna Miss You from Glenn Campbell, I'll Be Me, and Lost Stars from Begin Again. So I still think this was... Okay. All right. 2016. Oops. Oh, what the frick? 2016, Till It Happens to You from The Hunting Ground. This is when you start to have songs from movies that you're like, huh? I've never heard of that. We got Gaga, though. We got Gaga. Oh, wait. I forgot. This is the song. This is from a documentary about sexual assault on college campus.
No, it won't be real. Won't know how it You tell me, hold your head up.
Okay, anyway, it lost to Writings on the Wall from James Bond, Spectre. Caroline, they're going to cancel you for what you said before you realized. I was like, okay, I mean that generally, though, right? Where it's like Diane Warren's problem these days. I don't mean that documentary. I mean, she writes songs for films that no one has seen, no one has heard of, that don't get nominated elsewhere. Sam Smith. She loses with another diva who will later beat her with a different song, which is a trend. Yes, a common occurrence. A common occurrence with Diane. Not even my favorite Bond song from the Daniel Craig Bond. Okay, anyway, we get to 2018. Oh, here's Diane. Here's a picture of her. Wait, do we have pictures of her from... Oh, yeah, here's 2016 when she lost on Forge. 2018, Stand Up for Something from Marshall. I love Andra Day. I think she's a great voice. Once again, loses to a very, very popular animated film.
Remember
From
me.
Coco.
Though I have to say goodbye, remember me. Don't let it make you cry. For even if I'm far away, I hold you in my heart. I sing a secret song to you each night we are apart. Remember me, though I have to travel far. Remember me, when she starts singing. Each time you hear a sad guitar, know that I'm with you the only way that I can be. Until you're in my arms again.
They played the clip at the Oscars and Diane Warren. Diane Warren's on it. She's like, I'm so fucked. Look at her. She's like, fuck this movie. Oh. Oh, Diane. Just sitting there again like, how many fucking years has it been? How many years am I going to lose to a goddamn animated film that everybody freaking loves? Well, here's the thing. This year she's going to lose to K-pop Demon Hunters. Oh, this is 2019. These songs all sound the same, Diane. I'm sorry, Notorious RBG?
That's what I'm here to do. I'll be the to be strong. Oh, I keep on the fire.
You know what? Shallow fucking rules. Watch as I dive in. I love this song. Where they can hurt us, we're far from the shallow now. So, if you'll notice, she lost a couple years ago with a song that Gaga sings on, and then loses to a Gaga song.
In the shallow.
In the shallow, we're far from the shallow now. Insert clip of Caroline singing Shallow with Christian. Put me in a Diane Warren song. the shot of him punching. Okay, anyway. I'm sorry, Diane. It's just not even close. Centaur, thank you for the 30 months. Deanie, thank you for the bits. Just some sheer odds Diane Warren should have won by now. Well, you would think. You would think. Okay, so that's 2019. That's the year that, yes, Green Book won Best Picture. That everybody thought Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper were having an affair. And really, it was just PR. Who do I think wants an Oscar more at this point, Bradley or Diane? Diane. All right. So then we have another Diane Warren song from another film that nobody knows. And it's very... It's very Target core. It's the same song. It's just a different singer.
And when you think that all the odds are all against you, and you just feel like giving up, well, I won't let you. Through whatever you go through.
Diane got an honorary Oscar in 2022. She's still trying to get a Best Original Song. Yeah.
I'm standing with you. I'm standing with you. We all got times when we can't be strong.
Okay. Then she loses to... Like, I don't really care about this song either, but it's better. It's better than Diane's 2020 nominees song. This is when I feel like, honestly, this is when I feel like song of the year really starts to fall off as far as the nominees go. Like, they're just, like, you look at some of the past years and you go, what? Look at the competition. Oh my God. Sam! I was going to finish my Diane Warren PowerPoint and then raid you. And then as soon as you were done streaming, we're going to go do, we're going to do my plan. We're going to do my plan. You're going to work on the time machine. I'm not going to lie. I don't have a ton of faith. No, it's not because you're a woman. Okay. I think I believe that women can build time machines. All right. I'm not a fucking sexist. Oh no, you figured it out. Okay. Great. I think you should try it out first and then let me know. 4 weeks. Oh, okay. Easy. In case you missed it, the reason that Sam is tasked with creating a time machine is because we have to go back in time. No, it's not to prevent 9/11, as you might think, but close enough because it's 2002. So it's a film that's from 2001, which is the same year that 9/11 happened. But the reason that we're going back in time is because we have to fix things so that Enya wins for May It Be from the film Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. So sorry, we're not taking any requests for other uses of the time machine. It's a one-time use. I just simply have to fix this. This is when the timeline split into this hell. Okay. Anywho, we are almost wrapped on this. You're also going to stop the Prestige from ever being made? What? Wait. Hold on a second. What are you talking about? No, I'm going to have to destroy this time machine. What are you talking about? No, what do you mean it needs to be done? The fuck is wrong with you? If you do that, I'm going to have to get another time machine to go back in time to stop you from having gone back in time to stop the Prestige. You fucking psychopath. You, it's going to be like Looper up in here. Now it's a time machine fight. Yeah, now it's a time machine. It's a time machine off. We could do this all day. So then basically it's just going to be, we're just going to be on a loop where you go, I go, then you go, I go, because you go and I go. Okay, well, can we at least do the Enya thing first before we get into this perpetual loop of me trying to stop you from stopping the Prestige? Let's Toys R Us before it closes. Well, I don't know if a time machine is necessarily going to fix that. All right, y'all. Just a couple more here to Sam's peeps. We have been going through the Diane Warren PowerPoint, which is all the times that Diane Warren has been nominated for an Oscar and all the times that she has lost. And fun fact, she has been nominated 17 times and she is the most nominated songwriter at the Oscars, and she has also lost 17 times, which means she may have the record to. She's up there. She's up there with most losses. Most noms without a win. Yes, most noms without a win. Not a title that I think she appreciates. And I'm going to make sure they make another season of the OA. Lots to do, gotta go. Your brain is befuddling to me. Okay, actually I have no problem with the OA. I'm not over the Prestige, but first things first, go back in time, 2002 Oscars. Okay, so in 2021, Diane's song was From the Life Ahead.
No lo soy yo.
Not gonna lie, a lot of her songs too in the second half here have been very Christian coded.
Que destino el tuo, mas se voy.
You know what I mean? They all sound the same. They're very like Target core / Christian core. Okay. Anyway, she lost to Fight for You from Judas and the Black Messiah. This is 2021. Best song.
That's actually just one of his 2 nominations for the Regina.
Listen, listen, for the children will grow sisters of the road. Can you hear the bells ring out? Speak now, speak now.
All right, this was one of the other nominated ones. Speak Now, which is Leslie Odom Jr. from One Night in Miami. I don't know. Again, I just feel as if this category has become one of the weakest year over year at the Oscars. It just feels like Anyway, okay. Reba McEntire's Somehow You Do from 4 Good Days. This is 2022.
When you think it's the end of the road, it's just cause you don't.
I'm not even kidding you when I say this is the same song again.
Where the road's leading to. When you think that the mountain's too high.
And you know I love Reba. You know I love my single mom
You'll never
who works 2 jobs. It's more Christian Target core.
Somehow you do.
Okay, and then she loses to No Time to Die.
That I've fallen for a lie. You were never on my side. Fool me once, fool me twice.
This is the second time she's lost to a Bond song, but this is the better one.
Higher than the paradise. Now you never seen me cry. There's just no time to die.
Billy is so perfect in this song. I can't wait for her to collab with Billy and lose. I feel like Diane thinks the winning ticket is I just do the same song, but I bring in a very well-respected, well-awarded, famous singer. It's gotta work this time. Surely. Okay. Next, we have applause from Tell It Like a Woman.
Give yourself some applause, you deserve it. Give yourself some respect, cause you've earned it. Give yourself some love, cause you're worth it. You're worth it, yeah, yeah. Let 'em know you know it. Go and show you own it. You're bold, you're bad, you're strong. So give yourself some applause, applause, applause.
When I listen to each of these Diane Warren songs, I feel like I'm stuck. I'm stuck in time.
Give yourself some realize.
No. Oh, this time Diane's in the video with her signature hat. I simply cannot. Diane, come on. I feel like are you trolling? Are you trolling? Look at her face when she lost again. She's like, okay, this time I really thought it was going to be me, but freaking RRR, not to. She's like, you're telling me that the 10th iteration of me doing the same thing, but kind of worse this time, didn't work?
I've had enough of this nonsense! You two, out!
No, Jake, I've had enough of your bullying. Oh, wow! Go!
Diane! Yeah, so that's 2023. 2024 Hot Cheeto movie. Becky G. At least there's a little Latin flavor to this, to her usual Christian target core. There are two people who watch this film and therefore know the song from it, okay? And those two people are Eva Longoria, who directed the film, and then probably Eva Longoria's assistant. Diane Warren, I bet, did not even see this film. I bet Diane Warren did not even watch the Flamin' Hot Cheeto film that her song was nominated for. And she lost to Billie Eilish yet again for Barbie.
I don't know how to feel, but I wanna try.
You're telling me that the song from the Hot Cheeto movie lost to Billie Eilish's song in Barbie? You mean, you hold on a second. Well, wait just a second. Anyway, we have no reaction from Diane, but you can imagine that she was not pleased. And then our final, well, final Oscar year that has happened, because we still have this upcoming Oscar. Still have this upcoming Academy Award show. And last year it was The Journey.
It's the journey
From her. This is better than like the last, so many. Okay, so many. Hers incredible. Oops.
Where you going to? Go through hell,
Again, a
but
film
still you're gonna
that is not good.
through.
People did not watch this.
It's the fire that they can't put out inside.
Here's what I will say. I'm actually on Diane. I'm back on Diane's side.
It's a hell of a ride.
I'm back on Diane's side because
All the times they thought that they
it
could
lost.
hold you.
It lost to El Mal from Amelia Perez. And you know how I feel about this movie. I fucking hate this song. This song makes me irrationally angry. No, rationally angry. I think the anger is rational. I can't. As I said, I'm back on Diane's side. I don't think she should have lost to this. And yet she did. And now that brings us to 2026. And there is simply no fucking way. There is no path for her. This is her song, Dear Me, from Diane Warren, Relentless. She's like, this time I'm going for the song.
Trust me, all of the pain is all gonna fade.
This time I'm making a song in a documentary about how many fucking songs I have written in my lifetime. It's from her own movie. It's
But
Kesha.
you're gonna get through this. It'll all get better soon.
Song is not good.
You'll see. Dear me, I know you feel like nobody understands what you're going through.
It's not good. And it is going up against Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters. Oh, this is sad. No, it's like extra layers of sad because it's from a film. It's from a documentary that is about Diane Warren's life and career. And there is simply... There's simply no way. She's not getting it. It's not even close. This also is not my pick. Golden has also been a theme of award season. Like, they have set this song to compilations. It has won all over the fucking place. Netflix's biggest film.
Cause we are hunters, voices strong and I know I believe. We're going up, it's our moment. You know together we're glowing. Gonna be golden. Up, with our voices. Going together
This song is so fucking high.
I'm done hiding. Now I'm shining like a
wrote it too high. I know. You can't skip more life. Oh, Diane. And that's it. K-pop Demon Hunters. And that is the end of the show. Thank you to Ashley for putting that together. Brilliantly done. Diane Warren, 17 nominations and 17 losses. She's going to do a K-pop song next year. She puts out a song that sounds suspiciously like Golden, but also like her her classic Target Christian core. She does Target Christian core, but this time K-pop. But this time it's K-pop. Anyway, that was fun. That was fun. I am going to go because I have guests here and I feel bad because not only are they here, they have had to listen to me singing for the last however long I have been doing this. However long I've been doing the Diane slideshow where it's just like periodic. Little, gonna be golden. Ooh. Sometimes we hit those notes and sometimes we simply did not. We got as close to hitting those notes as Diane has to an Oscar, which in most of these cases not. They've got the good split audio setup. Yep. So, y'all, just a reminder, tomorrow I unfortunately can't go live because I have stuff. I got a lot of stuff tomorrow. But Sunday, we have all day Sunday. It's going to be an early start to the stream because the pre-show for the Oscars starts at 1 p.m. Pacific time, which means I'm not going to go live then because I just simply cannot do 3 hours of pre-show before the show. So I'll probably go live around 2:30 and then the show is at 4 and we are going to have it set up as we normally do. Which is we will have multiple watch parties in the Discord. So please join the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, join the Discord. Even if you just join for the Oscars, even though we wish you would stay. We wish you would stay. But please join the Discord because that is where the watch parties are going to be. As unfortunately, I cannot watch the Oscars live yet. Will there be a VOD for the stream? If you won't be able to watch live? Yes. But it's kind of weird because it's just well, Nandre's going to be joining, so it'll be mine and Nandre's commentary. Also, lots of movies being streamed in Discord these days. Watch movies with friends. Yes, we always have, by we, I mean mods and other community members who have watch parties in the Discord. Which sometimes I'll see what y'all are up to. I'll see what you guys are watching. I'll see what the people are saying. But yeah, if you want to watch more movies and you want to be in community watching movies, be in the Discord because there are watch parties all the time. Okay. All right. And I'm going to send you off to Schwilliam Schnefferson. You know what? Let's have a Diane song to close us out. Let's see. I'm just going to randomly pick one. Let's see.
I know we've got to go. And all we could have been, well,
yeah, classic Diane. They're all so different. It's hard to pick.
We both know it's over. It's never gonna work.
One of these years, Diane. Maybe you should bring Celine back.
So you go first.
You know? Anyway, I will see you all on Oscars Sunday. Get your last minute film watches in. And yeah, can't wait. Can't wait to ring in another Oscars with the team. Good night, everybody.